Judge Mulway, if we have a quick sidebar.
Yes. On the news. Unfortunately, our prosecutor's office is a bit of a walk, so it'll just take a second. Thank you for your patience. And again, thank you to our jury for all your wonderful attention, for being on time every day. You've done such a fabulous job, so thank you all.
And she said it was on her computer.
Okay,
All set?
all set?
Thank
Yes,
you,
Your Honor,
Judge.
thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Ready, Christie? Okay. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Christopher Michael Stefanko. My last name is spelled Stefanko.
Do you go by Mike?
Yes.
Okay. How you doing today?
Doing all right.
Where were you born, sir?
Worcester, Ohio,
Okay, and how old are you?
39.
Okay. Who are your parents?
Clara and Terrence Stefanko.
Okay. Are they still with us?
My mother, yes. My father, no.
Okay. And where's your mother live?
She resides at 12166 Harvey Circle in Redmond.
So you were born in Worcester. Where'd you grow up?
That address I just gave you.
You lived there, through high school?
Yes,
And did you have any brothers and sisters?
I did.
How many? And
I had two brothers growing up. My youngest passed away when I was 10 years old, and my oldest passed away when I was 23.
Okay. And how old were you when your dad passed away? You mentioned he passed away.
19.
Okay. How younger was your younger brother?
He was 1 year younger than me.
What was his name?
David.
Okay. How did he pass away?
He passed away on accidental hanging at home.
How'd that happen?
We had a swing set with a rope on it, and somehow he got tangled up in it. He was the only one playing on it at the time.
Were you there?
I was there. I heard my mom call for him.
They tried to untangle him and couldn't?
They were able to untangle him, but he was unresponsive at the time.
Okay. Sorry to hear that. And you said that you had an older brother as well. How much older was he?
He was 4 years my senior.
Okay. And what was his name?
TJ.
And what happened to him?
He died from a drug overdose.
And it sounds like a lot of sadness here, but what happened to your father?
He more or less killed himself.
What do you mean, more or less?
He went on a trip by himself as an insulin-dependent diabetic and take his medicine with him. Didn't tell anybody where he was going.
Okay. Is it fair to say pretty difficult circumstances for you?
Not ideal.
So growing up, how'd you do in school?
I did well in school, grade-wise.
Okay. Were you involved in any extracurricular activities or sports, hobbies, anything like that?
I was in enriched classes.
Okay.
Not really any extracurricular activities, though.
What does that mean, enriched classes?
All the advanced classes, honors classes, things like that.
Okay. Did you get good grades?
Yeah, straight A student.
Okay. Tell me about high school. What was high school like with you?
It was rough. I, due to, past complications in my life, have, suffered from extreme anxiety and depression, and that became a challenge in the later years of high school.
Okay. Did it ultimately affect you finishing high school?
It kept me from finishing high school.
Okay. So you never graduated?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you work in high school?
Yes.
Where'd you work?
I worked for my mom.
Okay. What'd your mom do?
She mowed lawns and was Chippewa Township trustee.
Okay. You helped her with the lawn part, not the trustee part, right?
Well, she was a trustee to maintain the lawns at their
Oh, okay.
facilities.
Gotcha. Gotcha. When did you meet Chad Cobb?
I met Chad when I was 4 years old.
Okay. And how old was he?
He was 6.
And how'd you meet him?
I met him when him and his parents moved in next door to my mother.
Okay. You guys became pretty close.
We did.
Would you consider him your best friend?
He was a good friend. Yeah.
Okay. Back then, did you consider him your best friend?
Yes.
Okay. And you guys hung out all the way up through high school?
We did.
Okay. Were you guys popular in high school?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Chad wasn't either?
No.
Okay. So you didn't finish high school, so is it fair to say you didn't go to college?
That's correct.
Okay. What'd you do after you dropped out of high school?
After high school, and after working for my mother, I got into like lawn maintenance, lawn care, things like that.
Okay. Did you have your own business or did you just work for people?
To start off, when I was doing lawn maintenance and landscaping, I was working for people.
Okay. Do you know what Chad did after high school?
After high school, he went to the Marine Corps.
Okay. Do you know what happened there?
He dropped out or was kicked out shortly after boot camp, I believe.
Did you ever think about going to the military, anything like that?
No.
Okay. So you and Chad were friends, but is it fair to say you guys were different?
Obviously, yes.
Okay. All right. Did you know Chad's girlfriends, hookups, whatever, growing up?
Yeah.
Okay.
We were pretty close.
Do you have a lot of girlfriends, a couple?
No, I'd say a handful, less than a dozen.
Okay. And you knew all of them?
I believe so.
Okay. After he came back from the Marines, did you guys continue to be friends?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have occasion to meet Ashley Biggs?
I did.
Okay. How'd you meet her?
I met her when they were residing in Akron. I believe it was shortly after she gave birth to Grace.
Okay. So you met and knew Grace then, correct?
Yes.
And were you around or are you aware of when Ashley was not in the picture?
Yes.
And Chad had Grace as a single father, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you go visit them or did you hang out with them?
Chad and Grace?
Mhm.
Yes.
And did you have any children at that time?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. Did you end up having a child?
I did.
Okay. Tell me about that.
I have an oldest child. He's 16 years old now.
Okay. And just so we're clear, if we're talking about a child here and they're under 18, we're going to use initials. Okay. So what are the initials of your child?
My oldest biological is DS,
Okay. And who did you have that child with?
a former girlfriend.
Okay. And where does ES live now? What's going on with ES?
Currently lives with his mother in Orville.
Okay. And do you see him?
I do.
You're in his life?
Yeah.
Did you, when you and her split up, were there any custody issues? Did you go through anything like that?
There were definitely some issues.
Okay. Tell us about that.
It seems like every time that we would fight, the first course of action would be to limit my visitation with my son.
Okay.
So I went through a course of, close to 3 or 4 months after we first split up where I had no contact with him and slowly built it back up from there.
Okay. Was that tough for you?
It was extremely difficult.
Okay. But it sounds like you got through it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what kind of work did you do, especially now you have a kid, what kind of work did you do to support yourself and your child?
Low voltage maintenance work,
What's that mean?
mainly dealing with like cable, fiber, internet, things of that nature.
Okay. We've heard some testimony about that Chad Cobb was in that business, correct?
Correct.
Did you end up at any point working with or for Chad Cobb?
I did.
Tell us about that.
I worked with Chad off and on for 4 or 5 years as he was building his company. The last 2 years, up until the company was dissolved, he was my full-time employer.
Okay. So are you saying that you went full-time with Mr. Cobb in about 2010? Would that sound fair?
That'd be about right, yes.
Okay. And tell us about how you became full-time. Like, was his
He,
business doing well or what?
It was my understanding that he had acquired a contract that meant that he would have stable work for months on end.
Okay.
So I quit my full-time job and jumped on board with him.
Where were you working before? And was it called Cobb Cable Company at that point?
When I started working for him full-time, it was called Cobb Cable Company.
Okay. Where were you working prior to Cobb Cable Company?
I was a subcontractor for Time Warner.
And what did you do? What were your duties at Cobb Cable Company?
I was the field supervisor. It was my job to go out there, make sure our employees were doing the work that we required, doing it up to our standards and the standards that, you know, we were being held to.
Okay. So you would manage employees then?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did you have that job?
I would say that lasted for close to a year.
Okay. And then what happened?
That contract, that work began to fall off, and we started cutting employees back.
Okay. So then what was your role within the company?
Me and Chad actually started going out and doing aerial maintenance and working together full time to support both of us.
Did that require you to spend a lot of time with Chad Cobb?
A lot of time.
Okay. It's like you guys are at work together in the same truck, is that correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to say you know Chad Cobb pretty well?
I do.
Okay. You said you knew him since you were 4 years old, correct?
Yes.
And then you guys worked together for many years, right? Okay. Was Chad a religious guy?
Yes.
Were you particularly religious? Did you guys go to the same church, anything like
No.
that? Okay. Did you become aware that at some point he met Erica Stefanko?
Yes.
You were around for that?
Yeah. He introduced me to her.
Okay. Did you know her before they met?
No.
Growing up and through high school and even after, did you have occasion to meet Jay and Cindy Cobb?
I did.
Okay. And are those his parents?
Yes, they are.
Did you go over to their house and hang out or have sleepovers, anything like that when you were a kid?
Not necessarily sleepovers, but we hung out and I attended, you know, barbecues and, you know, events like that over there.
Okay. What was your impression of Cindy Cobb when you guys were growing up?
She was very dominating of the household. I mean, there was definitely came off as somebody that you did not want to make mad.
Okay. What about Jay Cobb, Chad's dad?
He shared the same mentality. He was second only to Cindy.
Okay. So your impression is that she ran the roost there, right?
That's my impression.
Did you ever witness Cindy Cobb being abusive towards Chad?
Yes, I did.
What did you witness?
The worst occasion was
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. You're asking,
Do you want to respond?
We want to go to sidebar?
Sure. Objection overruled. You can re-ask the question, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mike, I think I asked you if you ever witnessed any abuse from Cindy Cobb of Chad Cobb. Excuse me.
Yes, I did.
What did you witness?
The one instance where we had gotten picked up from the movie theater. We were a little late to our pickup location. And upon driving home, I can't recall exactly what Chad said, but out of the blue, Cindy swung around and backhanded him right in the mouth. His lip started swelling up. I even think his nose was bleeding. And then Chad just started laying into her. Started saying some of the most mean and hurtful things that he could to her.
I don't want you to say what it was, but okay, keep going.
And she must have hit him probably 5 or 6 times. When she went to hit him the next time, he grabbed the steering wheel of the vehicle we were in and pulled it till the vehicle went off the road.
Did you crash?
Yeah, we ended up in a ditch. The truck that we were in was basically laying on the driver's side door. We had to climb out to the passenger side door.
You were in a truck?
Yes.
And who's in the truck?
Cindy was driving, Chad was in the middle, and I was up against the passenger side door.
What happened at that point?
Well, we all piled out of the vehicle and the sheriff showed up shortly later. And as Cindy is explaining the accident to him, Chad tells me that he's terrified.
Objection.
I'm sorry, don't say what Chad said, but what happened?
When Cindy was explaining what happened to the sheriff, Chad just backed up and ran away.
What do you mean ran away?
He took off.
Like down the street or?
Down, like he was standing beside me, and then next time we turned around to address him, he was gone.
And you said you were about 13?
12 or 13 at the time.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know where he went?
No,
Was he gone for a day, an hour, a day?
I'm not sure exactly how long.
Okay. He eventually showed back up though?
Yes, he did.
Did you ever witness Jay Cobb being abusive to Chad Cobb?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
There was an instance where we were moving around a large piece of farm equipment in their garage. Jay had told Chad to do something, and Chad yelled back at him that he couldn't or that he was, just snapped at him. Jay stomped over to him, punched him once in the face, and grabbed him and swung around and threw him through a glass window.
Was Chad injured?
He was bleeding really bad from his right hand and forearm. I believe he had to get something like 20-some stitches to mend it all up.
So he went to the hospital then?
Yes.
Okay. If you know, do you know if anybody was charged or anything happened from that?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you know if like child services was ever involved?
Not in that instance, no.
Are you aware of an instance where they were?
I believe there was one time that we were growing up that Children's Services was called out to their location because Chad had gone to school with 2 black eyes shortly after receiving his report card.
Okay. What kind of grades did Chad get, if you know?
Not good grades.
Okay. If you know, was he not smart? Did he goof off? Do you know?
He was a fully capable individual, more than intelligent enough. He just had behavioral issues.
Okay.
Either incapable or unwilling to sit still in school.
Okay. Were you ever there with Chad's parents when he would bring a girl over?
The only girl I know that his parents met was Erica.
Okay. What was your impression of what his parents thought about Erica?
I definitely felt like they didn't like her.
At the end or at the beginning or somewhere in between?
From the very start.
You testified that you worked with Chad when when he had Grace, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you work with him when there was the custody situation where she was removed from school by Ashley Biggs?
Yes.
Were you working with him every day at that point?
Yes.
Okay. What did you notice about Chad? Don't tell us what he said, okay? But what did you notice about Chad when that situation unfolded?
He was definitely frustrated and distraught about the entire situation.
Okay. Do you know if he did anything about it? Like, did he try to get her back or not? Or what did he do?
Like through the court and that, I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if he hired a lawyer or lawyers?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you two, don't say what you said, but did you guys discuss the situation a lot?
Yes, it was a constant topic.
Okay. And you said you had your own issues with your son. Was this at the same time or had you already resolved your issue?
I don't believe I was going through these issues at the exact same time, but I was, sympathetic to the matter.
Were you sympathetic because you had gone through it yourself?
Correct.
Okay. Did he talk about going to court for that case, for the
Yes.
Grace case? Okay. And you said he was frustrated, correct?
Yes, definitely.
So was it your understanding it wasn't going his way?
Objection, Your Honor. These questions are leading. They're leading.
Overruled. Go ahead.
You can answer.
Can you repeat the question again?
Sure. Was it your impression or did you learn that it wasn't going his way or it was going his way? Do you know how it was
that was
going?
definitely the impression that he was not getting what he wanted out of the situation.
Okay. At some point, and I'm not trying to get you in trouble, and this was a long time ago, but did you smoke marijuana at the time?
I did.
Okay. Were you a big drinker or did you just
No.
marijuana for you?
Yeah.
Okay. I ask you because at some point did Chad Cobb ask you to get marijuana for him?
Yes, he did.
And what did you do?
I got it for him.
Okay. And if you know, do you know what happened with that marijuana?
I later learned that.
Objection. Hearsay. I know. Hearsay.
Basis.
He's not saying what he said.
Well, can you lay a foundation? I later learned. How did you learn?
Through conversation with Chad.
Objection. Hearsay.
He's not saying what Chad said. He's saying what he learned. What's the relevance?
He learned it from talking to Chad, Your Honor. It is hearsay.
Who's objecting? You or Attorney LaPrenzi? Are you done? Did you
Oh,
say?
I was just talking with her.
Okay. Did you want to respond?
No, Your Honor, it's not hearsay.
I agree. Overruled. Go ahead.
What did you learn?
I'm sorry. What was the beginning of the question?
We were talking about the marijuana that Chad got, correct?
Yes.
Or
Okay.
you got for Chad, excuse me.
Okay.
Do you know what happened with that marijuana?
I later learned it was used in an attempt to try to get either Ashley or Brittany in trouble.
And when you say Ashley and Brittany, you're talking about Ashley Biggs and Brittany Dunson.
Correct.
In what way?
I don't know the manner in which I remember hearing that it did not work.
Are you testifying that those drugs were tried to put in the car to affect the custody case?
Objection.
That's leading. Go
Okay.
ahead and rephrase.
Do you-
Sustained. Don't answer that.
Sure, I'm sorry. Do you know why those were put in there?
I don't know what ultimately happened to him,
Okay.
to the marijuana that I gave him. I just know that whatever he had planned did not work.
Okay.
Some conversation with him.
So it's your understanding that, well, you learned that it did not work out, correct? How did you feel about that situation?
not welcoming. Not appreciating being drug into the matter. So I felt like that's what was
I'm
going
sorry, I
on.
missed that. Can you repeat that?
I felt like he was using that to drag me into the matter.
Okay. Did you feel like maybe you could get in trouble, possibly?
Yes.
Not what you said, but did you talk to Chad about that?
Yes.
And what was your tone when doing so?
As I had told him before, I am sympathetic to the matter. I will help him how I can, but I am not going to do anything that is going to jeopardize the time that I have with my son.
With your son. Did you, Mike, ever become aware of an issue with a GPS tracker?
I remember hearing about it.
Okay. Bringing your attention to the night that we're all here for, back in June of 2012, did you receive missed calls that night?
I did.
And who were they from?
They were from Chad.
And we're talking about June 20th or 21st of 2012?
Correct.
And how many missed calls did you receive from Chad Cobb that night?
I believe it was somewhere between 15 and 20.
And if you remember, do you remember what time you received those calls when you looked at your phone?
They were in the middle of the night, sometime between, I'd say, 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning.
And did you answer any of them?
No.
What were you doing?
Sleeping.
And where were you living at this time?
I was living in Redmond.
Okay. Did you have an apartment? Did you have a house?
Yeah, my own apartment.
You had your own apartment? Did anyone come to your house that night or early morning?
I was woken up between 3 and 5 o'clock in the morning by Jay and Cindy Cobb knocking on my door.
Chad's parents came to your
Correct.
house?
Yep.
And what happened? Don't say what they said, but what happened?
They woke me up, and I mean, you say not to say what they say, but they told me Chad was trying to get a hold of me.
Okay. Did they want you to call Chad back?
I was told to keep hold of my
Objection,
phone.
Your Honor. He just said I was told.
Let's do a quick sidebar. Okay, objection sustained. Don't answer that last one.
So without saying what Jay and Cindy Cobb told you, and I know it's difficult, but I guess I'll just ask you, what happened after they showed up without saying that what they said? Just take us through it.
After they showed up and woke me up, they talked to me for a short amount of time and left. And then within 10 to 15 minutes of them leaving, Chad called back again.
Okay. And did you answer the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And did he, without saying what, did he ask you to do something?
He asked me to collect clothes.
Objection.
Basis.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Do you want to rephrase?
Sure.
Yeah, sustained. Don't answer that.
It's part of our motion in limine.
Were you, without saying what he said, was a request made of you?
Yes.
And what was that request?
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can we go to sidebar?
Go ahead, Attorney Laybourne.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did Chad Cobb call you that night?
Yes, he did.
And without saying what it was, did he make a request of you?
He did.
Did you go get clean clothes for Chad Cobb that night?
No.
Okay. And why not?
When he requested them, I asked for more information on the matter, and he was unwilling to give it to me.
Is it fair to say you didn't want to get involved with whatever was happening?
Correct.
At some point later that morning or day, did you learn that something had happened?
Yes.
What did you learn?
That Chad was arrested for an extremely serious crime.
Okay. And because he called you, did the police come to talk to you?
A detective showed up at my house, yes.
Okay. And did you talk to him?
I did speak with him briefly.
Okay. Did you end up getting a lawyer to assist you through this process since you were now kind of a witness, right?
Correct. I was told through conversation with Jay and Cindy Cobb that I could retain their counsel if needed.
So you got Jay and Cindy Cobb's attorney, the same attorney that they had?
Correct.
Okay. After the murder, did you start up a relationship with Erica Stefanko?
I did.
Approximately when did that relationship start?
I would say November of 2012.
November of 2012? And she's still married, right?
Correct.
Okay. Were you married at this time?
No.
Okay. Were you were single? You didn't have a girlfriend or anything?
Correct.
Okay. How did you feel that she was married and you guys started this thing up?
Wasn't one of my best moments, but when you're in love, you're in love. I don't know how else to put it.
Okay. Fair enough. When Chad got arrested, did you have a job then?
I was working for him when he got arrested, so
That was a silly question the way I asked it. Chad was your boss, correct?
correct.
Did Chad own the company?
Correct.
And the owner of the company went to jail, right?
Yes,
So what happened to that job that you had?
it was gone.
Okay. Did Erica work for Cobb Cable Company?
Yes,
Okay. So did she have a job then?
not to my knowledge.
So are you unemployed at that point?
Yes,
Do you start looking for a job?
yes,
And did you find a new job?
I did.
Where?
I found a job in a factory in Cleveland.
Do you know what it was called?
Try now.
And what did you do there?
They straighten and take bars and grind them down to specific sizes.
Okay.
I ran a machine doing that.
Okay. Did you like that job?
No, it was awful.
Did you at some point move into Erica's house?
Yes,
Do you know when that happened?
that was January of 2023 or of 2013.
2013? If you know, do you know if Chad Cobb's case was still pending or he had already pled guilty to everything?
I don't know.
After you start the relationship with Ms. Stefanko and move in, did Cobb Cable Company keep going?
No.
What happened with it?
From the moment he was arrested, Cobb Cable Company never did any more work.
Why not? Why not?
Due to the fact that his name was on the company and he was in the news being charged for some very serious crimes, nobody wanted to touch the company.
Okay. Did you, I'm not going to ask about Erica, did you make attempts or are you aware of attempts being made to keep the business going?
Yes.
And what were those attempts?
Erica tried starting a new company and a new name, and then pursuing, the leads that we were already working with, but they still didn't want anything to do with us.
Was it your impression that that was because no matter what you changed the name to, there was still an association to Chad Cobb?
Correct. That was my feeling.
And at some point, are you aware that equipment and tools related to Cobb Cable Company were sold off?
Yes,
And was the business liquidated?
more or less, yes.
And if you know, do you know where that money went?
To Erica?
Did you receive money or proceeds from the selling off of that equipment?
No.
But you lived in the house, right?
Yes.
And the house needs a mortgage payment and utilities and all the other stuff surrounding that, correct?
Correct.
So you say you didn't receive any money, but you received some benefit, right?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your employment at the factory, did you chip in or what did you do with your money?
I was saving for a car, and I believe I was chipping in around the house as well.
When you were living with Erica afterwards, did you witness her drinking alcohol ever?
Yes.
What did you witness?
I mean, her drinking alcohol, she was distraught, having a really hard time not having her kids.
Okay. So let's talk about that for a minute. When you move into the home with Erica, who's living in that home at first?
Just Erica.
Okay. Just you and Erica?
Yeah.
Where are her children?
In the custody of Children's Services.
What was your impression of her drinking at that time?
What do you mean?
Did you think that she was drinking a reasonable amount, an unreasonable amount, somewhere in between?
I definitely feel it was excessive.
Okay. Did it cause problems?
Some, I would say.
Okay. How would you witness her acting when she drank too much, as you said?
Gets a little blurred, belligerent. Yeah.
Okay. Would she ever exaggerate?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading. May we have a,
Overruled, go ahead.
Go ahead.
She would definitely like say things she didn't mean, or say things like out of context or out of proportion.
Not asking if the answer is yes, I don't want you to say what was said, but did you ever learn from Erica what happened that awful night?
No.
At some point, are you aware that Erica got arrested?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know about when that was?
That was November of 2019.
Prior to that day, did you get married to Erica?
Yes.
So did she get divorced from Chad, obviously then?
Yes.
Okay. When did you get married to Erica?
In June of 2015.
And did you guys have a wedding?
Yes.
Where was it?
It was in Worcester.
Okay. And was anybody else there?
Yeah.
Who was there?
Both of our families.
Okay. Were you at Erica and Chad Cobb's wedding?
No.
Do you know when that was?
No.
Do you know, are you aware if anyone else was there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. In June of 2015, well, let's go back. Did you, prior to getting married to Erica, did you have a child with her?
Yes, we did.
And what are the initials of that child?
LS,
And how old is LS today?
she's 10.
So what is LS's date of birth?
10, 15, 13.
10, 15, 13.
Correct.
And this incident that we're all here for was in June of 2012, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say you moved in November of 2012?
Around there.
Okay. So just doing the math, the approximate conception would have been around February of 2013 of LS?
January or February.
January, February of 20, okay. And does LS live with you now?
Yes.
So in June of 2015, so you have LS and then you get married in June of 2015, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Who is living in now she's Erica Stefanko, right?
Correct.
Okay. So who's living in the Stefanko household at that point?
Myself, Erica, and our 4 children.
Okay. And are you working at that point?
Yes.
What were you doing?
Low voltage contracting work.
Okay, so you're back in the cable business. Okay. If you know, after Chad got arrested, did Erica get employment?
Yes.
Where, do you know where she worked?
She worked for ManCan.
Can you say that again?
She worked for ManCan,
What's that?
a staffing agency.
Okay, it's like a temporary agency.
Yes.
Did she work as for the temporary agency or at the temporary agency?
At the temporary agency.
Okay, and do you know what her position was?
She was a manager of some kind, I believe.
Okay. And would this been in 2012?
No.
When would this have been?
I honestly don't know when she started that employment.
Okay. You don't know even what year it might have been?
No.
Okay. Was it like closer to 2019 or closer when she was arrested or closer to 2012 when the murder happened?
Closer to 2012.
In 2015, when you guys got married, you said you were back in the cable business. Was Erica working?
Yes.
Okay. Where was she working then?
Still at ManCan.
Same place?
Yep.
Did she work at that place up until she was arrested?
Yes. Or no.
Okay. It's okay.
The way she looked at me.
Okay.
I remember now.
So showing you what's been marked as, Judge, can I get the Elm up?
Yep, coming on now. Just takes a second. I'll turn on in just a second. Might take a second to warm up.
Okay.
And if not, we can get Magistrate Sari back. Yeah. Kelsey, could you have Magistrate Siri come in, please? There we go.
Perfect.
Thank you, Tristan.
Tristan.
We
Thanks.
just needed him to walk in.
Exactly. Okay, showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit D. Do you recognize that picture?
Yep.
And anybody that's under 18, I want you to just use the initials, just a reminder, okay? So who is that?
That's myself.
Okay. And let's start over here. Who's that?
That's FC,
Okay, and who's that?
KC,
Okay, and who's that?
LS,
Okay, who's that?
Alexander Stefanko,
Okay, and who's that?
DS.
Okay, so this would be Chad and Erica's daughter,
Correct.
and this would be Chad and Erica's son,
Correct.
and this would be your and Erica's daughter, right?
Yep.
This would be Erica's son she had from a previous relationship.
Yes, my adopted son.
Okay, you've adopted him,
Yes.
Alexander. And who's this?
DS, that's my other biological son.
That's your son that you had previous, that you
Correct.
testified about. Okay. And is this at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately what year was this taken?
That was taken this last Christmas.
Now, you testified that you've adopted Erica's son, Alexander, correct?
Correct.
When did that happen?
I am not sure of the year.
Okay. Was it before or after she got arrested?
It was before she got arrested.
Before?
Yes.
Okay. So prior to 2019?
Yes.
And when did, approximately what year did the kids get out of CSB custody and come live with you guys?
I believe that was 2013 to 2014.
Okay. Was Grace included in those kids that came to live with you?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see Grace after the murder?
Only when I was at my parents' house and I saw her next door.
Okay. Okay, so not at your house, but next door?
Correct.
And where was next door? Who lived next door?
At Chad's parents' house.
Okay, Jay and Cindy's house. Were you familiar with Chad's relationship with Grace?
Yes.
What were your impressions of that relationship?
I mean, they definitely loved each other. He definitely seemed to put a strain on the household that stressed everybody out, though.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
At one point, I know Grace was kind of pulling her out her own hair from fidgeting with it, from being overstressed and things like that.
Okay. What was your impression of how Chad Cobb ran his household?
He told me on many occasions he ran his household with an iron fist.
What do you take that to mean?
Exactly as he told me. Everyone and everything in that household was subject to being hit by it.
I'm sorry, I did not get that last part.
Everyone and everything in that household was subject to being hit by it.
Okay.
The iron fist.
Okay. Did you ever witness a dog shooting incident?
Yeah.
Tell the jury about that.
He had a Mastiff that was approximately 2 or 3 years old, weighing, I don't know, 140, 150 pounds, running around in his yard. And he asked Alexander Stefanko at the time, who was only 12 or 13, to go get that dog inside. The dog outweighed Alexander by at least 50 pounds, but he went over there, he got a hold of it, and he was doing everything he could to drag that dog inside. When Chad saw that he couldn't forcefully make the dog go inside, he went inside and got his shotgun. He loaded it up with a shotgun round that has a beanbag in it, supposed to be a less than lethal round, and aimed it at his dog that his child was still tugging on. I tried to advise him against it, and he shot anyways.
Did that beanbag, as you described it, hit anything?
The beanbag struck the dog just above its penis and fully penetrated it.
So was it a significant wound?
Yes.
Then what happened?
After watching him fish the what he could of the shell out of the dog's wound, he collected the dog and I believe he took it to the vet.
Do you know what vet he went to?
I'm not positive. I believe it was the ones that his mom works at though.
Did that dog live?
Yes.
What ultimately ended up happening with that dog?
I ended up raising that dog through the remainder of its life.
What was his name?
Dozer.
Is he still alive? What's going on with him?
No, he passed away a few years ago.
After Erica got arrested, how did you feel?
Overwhelmed
Why?
because my wife had just been arrested and two of my children were just placed in custody of children's services.
Tell us about that. Which ones?
KC and FC.
And where did they go?
They were ultimately placed with Chad's parents.
Do you know why?
I don't know why.
There was a court proceeding though, and they were removed from your home, correct?
I guess my understanding is since they are biologically related, that trumps any type of relationship that I may have had with them at that time.
Okay. So after KC and FC are removed, this would have been about 2019.
Correct.
After they are removed, who's in your household at that point?
It is just myself, Alexander, and LS.
Okay. How did that make you feel without KC and FC in the house?
It was really, really hard.
Were you able to continue working after she got arrested?
Yes.
So you had to work, and you also were a single parent, correct?
Yes.
How did you make that work?
A lot of hard work and through the help of some great family and friends.
Who helped you out?
Erica's mother and my aunt, uncles, cousins, pretty much everybody that I talked to.
It took a group effort. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
So what are Alexander's over 18, right?
He is now, yes.
Okay. What's he up to now?
He is a shift manager at Taco Bell.
Okay. What about the other kids? How are they doing?
They're doing well,
Okay. Do they miss their mom?
without a doubt.
Do you miss their mom?
Without a doubt.
We've heard testimony, Mike, throughout this trial about this relationship being the result of an affair. Is it true that this relationship started out of wedlock?
Correct.
And is it true that you're not necessarily proud of that? Is that correct?
Not at all.
And is it fair to say that this relationship started at the end of 2012? Is that correct?
Correct.
Does this relationship continue to this day?
Yes, it does.
Did you adopt Erica's son?
Yes.
Do you currently care for those children, including those that she had with Chad Cobb
Yes, I do.
to this day?
Yes.
After she got arrested for aggravated murder, why would you stay with her?
She's my soulmate. I love her.
And are you with her to this very day?
Yes.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I just have one additional question, and it's just some clarification. I asked you about, and I don't want you to go into it, just yes or no. I asked you about getting clothes for Chad Cobb, correct?
Correct.
Were you asked to get medication?
No.
Were you asked to get clothes for Chad Cobb?
Yes.
Thank you for your time. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, we're going to take our morning recess at this time. Let me get Kelsey in to get the jury. We're going to take 15 minutes. It's 10:20. We will start back up at 10:35. All right. Thank you, Kelsey. Go ahead and be seated. Thank you. We are going back on the record for the state of Ohio versus Erica Stefanko. It is Monday, January 29th. It's now 10:35. And go ahead, Attorney Easter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. My name is Felicia Easter. I am one of the two assistant prosecuting attorneys on behalf of the state of Ohio. I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Yes,
I have a tendency to talk fast. If you do not understand a question or want me to rephrase it, please let me know.
okay,
If you answer the question, I'm going to assume you understood it, okay?
okay,
And that you're answering the question I asked. Okay? All right, thank you. I'm going to try to go backwards. Some of the last questions you were asked on direct involved the defendant and how she acts when she's drinking. No, it wasn't. It was how Chad rules his house. You said he ruled with an iron fist?
correct,
Okay. And you stated that he shot a dog with a bean bag in his private area.
correct.
Okay. Now, you knew these things at the time in 2012 after Chad had been arrested. Is that correct?
Correct.
And would you agree these are some violent acts that you're talking about Chad has done?
Correct.
Okay. And after Chad was arrested, you knew he was arrested for violent acts. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Because that's why you're testifying to it today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. After Chad was arrested, Detective Hitchings, that's sitting at the table, came to see you in June 2012, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, he came with himself and another officer, correct?
Yes.
And he specifically came to you and asked you about the circumstances surrounding that night, correct?
Yes.
At that time, you did not talk to Detective Hitchings.
Correct. I told him that pardon me, I did not want to speak with him without an attorney present.
Okay. And you said you had to get an attorney, correct?
I was advised before Detective Hitchings arrived at my location by Chad's parents that I could retain their attorney and I could give Hitchings that information.
Okay. And Detective Hitchings left his card or his information for you to contact him once you got an attorney, correct?
I gave him my attorney's information when he was on my doorstep. I gave him,
You previously testified under oath in a hearing. Is that a fair statement?
yes,
Okay. And at no time did you testify you gave Detective Hitchings your information on the doorstep, your attorney's information?
I did in fact.
As a matter of fact, you had stated that
Because Detective Hitchings knew
hold
right
on.
away.
I'll ask you a
Hold on, she'll
question.
ask you a
Give me
question.
one question, 1 minute.
While she does that, Mr. Stefanko, just a reminder that you were sworn in previously and you're still under oath.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Just take it. Okay. Is it your testimony that you did not have Detective Hitchings' information?
That's not what I said.
Okay. You said you gave Detective Hitchings, who was your attorney at the time?
Her name was Beth. I apologize. I don't know her last name.
Okay. And you had that information with you at the time?
I was able to give them her name. Yes.
Okay. And so fast forward to 2019, is Beth Judge still in the picture?
No.
Okay. But you still have that information, correct? That you had in 2012 about the Chad Cobb?
Not at this time, no.
In 2019, did you know Chad Cobb had ruled his house with an iron fist?
2019,
Yes.
Chad Cobb was in prison.
Correct. At the time in 2019, did you still have the knowledge that Chad Cobb ruled his house with an iron fist?
Yes,
Okay. And you still knew, you had the knowledge about Chad Cobb shooting the dog. Is that correct?
correct,
Okay. And in 2019 is when the defendant, Erica Stefanko, was arrested, correct?
correct,
Okay. And you were asked about, on cross-examination, how the defendant acted when she had been drinking. You
You mean
answered,
direct examination?
what did I say,
You
cross?
said cross.
I'm so used to saying cross. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay, but you mean
On-
direct?
I do mean
Okay.
direct. On direct examination, how the defendant acted when she drank, correct?
correct.
And today you had stated that she acted something. What did you say? How did you say she acted?
Belligerent.
Belligerent, that's what it was. And then the defense attorney said, well, did she exaggerate stuff too?
And
You agreed.
She would exaggerate and say things that she didn't mean or weren't totally true.
Okay. When you were first asked the question, you just stated belligerent, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you're saying she exaggerates stuff, she says stuff she doesn't mean, and you have this other information. In 2019, did you ever let the police know this information?
No,
Okay. 2020, did you ever let the police know this information?
no,
2021? 2022, did you ever let the police know this information?
the first time I let them know is when I was asked by counsel.
You talked to the police after you talked to counsel?
No,
Okay.
sorry,
So-
I misspoke. I did not speak to the police.
Okay. So this information that you testified to today, that she exaggerates and she drinks, you did know your wife was arrested for aggravated murder and murder, correct?
Correct.
For charges of, just to clarify.
For charges.
She was arrested for charges of that.
Sorry, I don't know what I stated. Your
That's
Honor.
okay.
Okay. For aggravated murder and murder, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you were aware and learned sometime during the pendency, there was a recorded conversation, correct?
yes,
Okay. You had this information, your wife, who you love very much, was in jail all that time and you never went to the police?
no,
Didn't feel that information was necessary?
I didn't feel like it was relevant.
Okay. But it's relevant today as you testify as she's on trial today?
I didn't feel it was relevant enough to go to the police myself.
But again, you feel it's relevant to say today as you testify?
I believe it's the truth, ma'am.
And you feel it's relevant
Okay, I
today
think
as you
he, I
testify?
think he answered it. Go ahead to the next question. It's been answered.
Okay. When the defendant drank, and you said excessive during that time after the arrest of Chad,
Correct.
you said she became belligerent. Would she show it?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How would she be belligerent?
Like I said, by saying things that she didn't mean.
That's belligerent?
I'm sorry, I don't know if that's the exact definition, but that's what I meant by that.
Okay. And you can tell she was drunk?
Yes.
How could you tell she was drunk?
Slurring her words, typical body language of somebody who is drunk.
Okay, typical body language, okay. Slurring her
Swaying.
words, swaying,
Not-
okay.
You know,
So whenever, and you live with her, you're around her, so whenever you knew she was drunk, she would slur her words and she would sway. Typical when someone's drunk.
yes,
And would it be apparent to you?
what, that she was drunk?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay. Now, the night of the incident, June 20th to June 21st, 2012, you were not present at the scene, correct?
correct,
You did not see anything, correct?
correct,
You did not talk to the defendant that night, correct?
correct,
You were at your apartment in your bed sleeping.
yes,
So you do not know where the defendant was that night, isn't that correct?
Correct.
You do not know if she was at the location at 647 Rex Lake Road, correct?
I do not know.
Okay. You do not know if she's the one who made the phone call, correct?
Correct.
And you do not know if she followed Chad to the cornfield that night, correct?
Correct.
Were you made aware that she was located hiding behind a detached garage at 731, 731 Rex Lake Road?
I don't recall.
And you also do not know if they had a conversation under a tree that night. They, meaning the defendant and Chad Cobb.
Basis.
She's asking if he knows about a conversation?
That's what her question was.
I said he wasn't there that night, so you do not know, in the line of the other questions, you do not know if there was a conversation under a tree that night.
Okay,
I thought she was asking about the conversation.
correct. Okay. Go ahead. You may answer the question, sir.
No, I didn't know about any conversation under a tree.
Okay. You testified on direct that you remember meeting Chad at 4 years old.
Yes.
And you have early memories from being with Chad, playing with Chad, living next, was it next door or across the street?
It was across the street,
Okay.
but
And you have memories of that?
yes,
Okay. Memories when you were 4?
I actually do remember when I first met him, but I mean, it's vague.
Okay. You may not remember everything, but you do have memories from when you were 4, 5, 6 of meeting, playing with Chad.
Yes.
Okay. And you were best friends growing up.
Yes.
As you grew up, on direct examination, you stated you had a child, your oldest child. What's your oldest child's initials?
My oldest adopted child is Alexander Stefanko. My oldest biological child is DS.
Okay. You were in a custody battle with the mother of your 16-year-old ES, correct?
Correct. DS. Delta S.
I apologize, I didn't hear that. DS. And you said one of the first things she would do is limit when and how much you can see DS, correct?
Correct.
So your child's mother tried to use DS to control the situation.
Correct.
If you didn't do what she said, she would limit or do stuff with DS you didn't like.
Pretty much.
You talked about on direct examination, Cindy Cobb and Jay Cobb's abuse towards Chad, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that Cindy Cobb did not, or is not quite fond of you or your family because of the marijuana use?
I really don't care.
Okay. Are you aware that Cindy Cobb was not fond of you or your family because of the marijuana use?
Yes, I've been aware of that the majority of my life.
Okay. Is that why you're testifying as to what she did today?
No, I'm testifying here today to answer the questions and get the facts out.
Now, you said that when that happened, she came to pick you and Chad up from an outing.
Correct.
So that would have been prior to you all being able to drive, correct? Under 16 years old?
Yes.
Okay. And that at that point, you and Chad were 2 teenage boys, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The incident that Jay Cobb, you talked about was abusive to Chad. I think you said that, well, let's finish with Cindy. During that abuse, you said Chad just took off, turned around and ran away, correct?
Yes.
Was Chad upset?
Yes.
Okay, but instead of lashing out, he turned around and ran away, correct?
Yes.
And with Jay Cobb, you stated that, I think he punched him in the chest.
Punched him in the chest or in the face
Okay,
and then threw him through a glass window.
and at that point in time, you did not testify that Chad did anything back, correct?
No, he didn't.
Okay, and Chad was upset then too, correct?
Chad was bleeding heavily and his mom and his dad were trying to keep him from passing out.
Okay, okay. He didn't do anything back after his dad punched him in the chest or the face. I don't want to put words in your mouth, correct?
No.
Okay. So you have been with the defendant and Chad throughout the beginning of their relationship?
Correct.
You saw them get together, have children, live together?
Yes.
And you have the children now. Who all have keys to your house?
Just me.
Just you?
Yeah.
Okay, and you testified that you get a lot of help from a lot of different people, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You had keys to Chad's house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He trusted you enough to have keys to his house?
Yes.
Okay. And after he got arrested and went to jail, you started sleeping with his wife. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Are you aware, or would it surprise you that during that same time, the defendant was telling Chad that she loves him and is going to stick by his side?
I was unaware of that.
Was that the time that you stated that you couldn't help you fell in love, that you two fell in love with each other?
I'm sorry. What's the question again?
Was that around the same time that you two were falling in love with each other?
I believe so.
Did you know about the defendant's abusive relationship towards Grace?
No.
Okay. Would it surprise you that there was an abusive relationship towards Grace?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of the incident where Grace thought she was eating dog feces?
Objection. He said he was not aware.
I was general, Your Honor. I didn't know if he.
He generally said he's not aware.
Correct. That's why I'm getting specific.
Overruled. Go ahead.
No.
And Grace was the only individual at that household who was not, at that time, who was not her biological child, correct?
Yes.
And you said you were with the defendant and Chad a lot during their relationship. Were you aware that the defendant told Grace not to love on her dad so much?
No.
So there are some things that were going on in their relationship you were not aware of. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
You stated that on direct, you believe Cindy Cobb did not like the defendant from the beginning. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. But you were not around all the times that Chad took the defendant to his family or his mother or father, correct?
Correct.
So you would not know how Cindy treated her during those times, correct?
Correct.
You were just making a general statement on behalf of the defendant, correct?
I was making a general assumption, yes.
Okay, an assumption. And you've been caring for the children since 2019,
Yes.
and that's difficult. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
You were asked on direct, you're a single dad and you have to work, correct?
Yes.
And you have a village helping you, so to speak, a lot of individuals.
Yep.
It would be in your interest if the defendant came home. Isn't that a correct statement?
Yes.
What would you do? Would you do anything to get her home?
No.
You were asked about the on direct about the marijuana, I think. You said you gave Chad,
Correct?
and somehow it ended up in the back of Brittany Dunson's car?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, well, are you aware of the police being called?
I was made aware that it was used in an attempt to try to get them in trouble. I don't know the manner in which.
Would it surprise you to learn that the defendant was the reporting party in that situation?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Would it surprise you to learn that the defendant, Erica Stefanko, was the reporting party to the police to try to get them in trouble?
I have, like I said, I don't know.
Okay. Would it surprise you?
Not necessarily. She was with Chad.
She was with Chad and they did things together?
Yeah,
They had the same, when she was with Chad and did things together, they shared the common goals, the common plans at that time?
I don't know.
Now, prior to Chad going to jail, you were living in an apartment, correct?
Yes,
And you were paying rent, correct?
yes.
Okay. How much was your rent at that time?
I honestly can't remember.
Now, after Chad went to jail, prison, or actually, before he even pled, you stated you moved in, well, one time you stated you moved in January of 2013, and then another time, November of 2012. When did you move into that house on Mount Eaton Road?
January.
So you moved in January 2013?
Yep.
And that was before Chad pled guilty or was sentenced, is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay. If I tell you it was, would you have any reason to not take what I say?
No.
Okay. When you moved out of your house, you no longer paid rent, correct? I'm sorry, it was an apartment. When you moved out of your apartment, you did not pay rent at that apartment anymore, correct?
Correct.
You did not have utility bills at that apartment anymore, correct?
Correct.
And when you moved in with the defendant, you went from an apartment to a house, correct?
Yes.
And you did not pay the mortgage at that house, correct?
No.
And you did not pay any utility bills, correct?
Not when I first moved in, no.
And to this day, you're still living in that family home that Chad had purchased, correct?
Yes, I'm still living at that address.
Now, you have FC and KC, correct?
Yes.
And you do not let Cindy Cobb see FC or KC, isn't that correct?
She does not reach out to try to see them.
You're saying that they don't reach out to try to see their grandkids?
The last time they reached out was June of 2022.
Okay. You're not doing what your child's mother was doing to you?
Say what now?
Are you
Sorry,
keeping
what's the question?
are you keeping the children away from Cindy Cobb and Jay Cobb?
No.
Okay. So if they wanted to see the children, they can call you and come get the children. Is that what your testimony today?
I'm saying things could be worked out, yes.
What, if not, what needs to be worked out?
I'm not just going to let them come and pick them up and leave for an undisclosed amount of time. They have to be willing to discuss what the children are going to be doing and be willing to communicate with me. And since I laid out those guidelines that they need to be able to communicate with me, they have ceased all communication.
Isn't it fair to say that part of the reason you talked about Cindy Cobb not, or you did not believe Cindy Cobb liked Erica, isn't it true that part of that reason is because she smoked marijuana as well?
Not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware if the defendant smoked marijuana?
No.
The Cobb Cable Company, that was started prior to Chad getting in a relationship with the defendant, correct?
His company itself, I believe so.
And are you aware that the company that Chad had started prior to even meeting the defendant, he did not receive any of the proceeds from that company?
Again, I don't know.
And this is after he was arrested.
So I'm sorry, what is the actual question then?
That are you aware that he did not receive any of the proceeds from the sale of that company?
No, I was not aware of that.
But you are aware that the proceeds from the sale of that company was used to take care of you and Erica when you both were living there by yourself without the children?
Yes.
Are you going to be using the camera? You want me to turn on the document?
Do you recognize that photo?
Yep,
How are you able to recognize that photo?
that was taken in my backyard.
I'm showing you what's been marked. It states Exhibit 124. Please describe for the jury what we're looking at.
It's a picture of myself and all my children in our backyard, posing
Okay.
for a picture.
And is that the backyard at Mount Eaton Road?
Yes.
Who all is in this picture? Who is there is a weapon pointed to the ground. Who am I pointing to now?
That is DS.
DS. That is your biological son that you came into the relationship. Okay. And how old is he in this picture?
Can we do a quick sidebar? Okay, we're going to take a quick 10-minute recess. I'll have Kelsey come and grab the jury, please. And just a reminder that you're all still under your oath. Please don't talk to each other. Don't talk to anyone else, and please don't do any research. Thank you very much. All rise.
Can go to the bathroom or whatever, just be back in 10 minutes. It's nothing to do with you, just to let you know.
Oh, yeah. What do you want? You're saying. Yeah.
It's mine, so it's fine. Gotta have something in my tummy. It's gonna be a really long afternoon. I mean, I would like to do it.
Oh.
I don't have anything after that.
You what?
I don't have anything else after that. You have anything else? Because after that, I'm fine. You don't know, they're gonna call me a scene before her.
You simple. Well. Right. She's been in jail for 5 years. All she did was help out.
Okay.
So it's unfair.
Oh, we're not ready.
Just because she made him. Huh? I don't want to be greedy. No. To me, that's not good.
No.
But I'll take it over the other alternative.
100%.
So then I was like, yeah, who does have it? Like 7 months, 8 months.
Yeah.
Love it. That place is good.
He only knows if it's. He knows what's good. He knows what's good. Good about Ashley, or Eric, is a lot about Chad.
Thank you, Kelsey. Wonderful. Okay, we're going back. Go ahead and be seated. We're back on the record for State of Ohio versus Erica Stefanko. It's 11:19. So Prosecutor Easter, I'm just not going to have that photo on the document camera. You can show it to the witness. You can also show it to the jury, but I just don't want it on the cameras. Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
There is a minor in this picture. What are his initials?
DS.
And who is DS?
He is my biological son from a previous relationship.
And what type of gun
It's a
or
rifle.
a rifle? What type of rifle is that?
Looks like an AR-15.
And how old was he at the time?
I believe 12 years old.
And I am pointing to an individual with an orange shirt on.
That's me.
And what are you holding?
I believe that's an AK-47.
And I'm pointing to a younger individual in the photo. What are his initials?
That's Casey.
Okay. And does he have any type of weapon in his hand?
No.
Okay. I am pointing to an individual holding a sign. What's the initials of that individual?
That's FC.
Okay. And how old would Casey have been at the time?
7.
And FC?
9.
And I'm pointing, excuse me, to a smaller young lady, child in this picture. What are her initials?
LS.
And approximately how old would she have been in this picture?
6.
And I am pointing to a older individual, a male. Who is that?
It's Alexander.
Okay. And what type of weapon is he holding?
I can't tell.
Okay. Is it a handgun?
Looks like a rifle.
Looks like a rifle. And you said that's in your backyard?
Yes.
And this was taken approximately or posted January 5th of 2019?
I would say that's accurate.
And there's 3 different weapons. Are these assault weapons in this picture?
I'm not sure what you mean by assault weapon.
Okay, but there's 3 different types of weapons in this picture.
Correct.
And FC is holding a sign. Do you know what that sign says?
I can't read it.
Okay. Do you need the picture or you could not read it in the picture?
I could not read it in the picture.
If I say that sign said, in order to get to us, you have to go through them. Does that sound familiar?
Sounds about accurate, yes.
And this was just a excuse me. Were you aware, and I just want to switch topics for a moment. Were you aware that the defendant hated Ashley?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that the defendant defecated on Ashley's grave?
No.
And you previously testified you were not aware that the defendant gave Grace what she thought was dog feces to eat, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that every time the defendant heard a siren, she thought they were coming for her?
I was not aware of that.
Are you aware that she was in fear that Chad would tell more about her involvement with Ashley?
No.
Are you aware that the defendant did not feel bad about what happened to Ashley?
I was not aware.
Is it fair to say the defendant obviously keeps things from you, including what happened the night of the incident?
I guess so.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect? Okay.
Miss Easter asked you about Jay and Cindy Cobb, correct?
Yes,
Is it your testimony that you've not withheld those children from them?
correct.
Um, She asked you why you didn't go to the police, correct?
Yes,
Were you given advice by your attorney when you contacted an attorney in this matter?
yes,
Did you follow that advice?
yes,
You're not an attorney, correct?
correct.
So were you following the advice of a professional?
Yes,
Do you know what a picture of children from 2019 has to do with a murder in 2012?
no idea.
I have no further questions.
Anything else from the state?
Just one. Do you mind if I stay right here,
You can
Your
stay
Honor?
here, that's fine.
You testified in 2019 when the defendant was arrested. You did not have an attorney, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Anything from the defense?
No.
Okay. Mr. Stefanko, thank you very much for your testimony, sir. You may step down. Sidebar? So for the defense, it's my understanding your next witness will be Erica Stefanko.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, what we're gonna do then is we're gonna break a little bit earlier for lunch. So we will resume at 12:30 sharp, okay? And oh, just a reminder to our jury, I know you know, and I don't say this because I don't think you'll do it, but I say it because I procedurally need to. Please don't talk about the case to anyone. Please don't do any outside research. Please don't let anyone talk to you about it either. Thank you very much. Have a nice lunch.
All right.
Okay. Just need to address a couple of things. So we're going back on the record, State of Ohio versus Erica Stefanko, case number CR-2012-07-1887B. It is 12:35 PM. And want to go through a couple of things before we bring the jury in. First thing, I know we had talked earlier about a prior ruling for a motion in limine. Had the opportunity to review some case law and look at some other cases. And at this time, nothing's been presented to change my mind. So the evidence that was previously not allowed in is not going to be permitted in any manner. That was the first issue. Second issue, counsel for the defense, have you discussed testifying with your client?
Yes, Your Honor, we've discussed with her, her rights associated with testimony in this matter. She's been advised that she has the absolute right to remain silent and doesn't, and if she chose not to testify, she does not have to. Despite that, is my understanding that she wishes to testify, and we are prepared to call her as our next witness.
Okay, could you turn on her microphone so I can also inquire?
Sure.
And then just pull
Go
the
ahead and stand
microphone.
up, Erica.
There we go. Thank you. Mrs. Stefanko, do you understand you have a right not to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and you understand you have a right against self-incrimination?
Yes.
Okay, and my understanding is that you are planning to waive those rights and testify today?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're currently represented by Attorney Laybourne, Attorney Killey, and Attorney Kranek?
Yes.
Okay, and I just want to ensure you've had adequate time to consult with your attorneys before making this decision.
Yes, I have.
Do you need any additional time now?
I don't.
Okay, so are you making this decision of your own free will and without any coercion?
Yes.
Okay, we can bring the jury in now, and then you can start with your next witness.
Very good.
All rise. Thank you, Kelsey. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Go ahead and take a seat. Okay, we are ready to proceed with your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Erica Stefanko.
And then Mrs. Stefanko, if you could just turn around and raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Please state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Erica Stefanko, Stefanko.
How are you today?
Okay.
You nervous?
Yeah.
Erica, where were you born?
Georgia,
Where in Georgia?
Fort Oglethorpe.
Okay, how long did you live there?
About 3 years.
Okay. Who are your parents?
Joel, Hendrick, and Jack Lyon.
Okay. When did you move from Georgia?
I mean, I was about 3.
And where did you guys move to?
Cortland, Ohio.
Okay. How long did you live there?
Another 3 years.
Okay. Then where'd you go?
Stowe, Ohio.
Okay. How long were you there?
6 years.
Okay. So did you guys move around a bit?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did you go after Stowe?
Key West,
Okay. How long were you there?
3 years.
Okay. Are you in high school yet at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Where'd you go to high school?
I started high school at Key West High,
Okay. And where'd you finish high school?
East Chapel Hill High.
In North Carolina?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go to college after high school?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, what'd you do between high school and when you went to college?
Tried to figure out what I was about to do with my life.
Okay. Did you have jobs?
Yeah, off and on.
Okay, like what kind of work?
I did some administrative. I waited tables a lot.
Okay. When you entered college, ultimately, where did you end up?
University of Akron,
Okay, and what did you study there?
psychology.
Did you get a degree?
Yes.
And what did you do after you graduated from Akron?
At that point, I started working for Chad's company.
Okay. So is it fair then to say that you met Chad Cobb when you were in college?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what year you were?
I was close to being done. I would say I was approximately a junior.
We'll get back to Chad. What did your parents do when you were growing up?
For work.
Yeah.
My dad worked for Goodyear, and my mom was a nutritionist and eventually became an RN.
Okay. Did they stay together? Did they split up? Is your dad alive now?
Yeah, my dad's still alive.
Okay.
My parents divorced when I was like 11.
Okay. And did you live with your mom at that point?
Yes.
After you met Chad and you graduated from college, you said that you worked for Cobb Cable Company, correct?
Yes.
What did you do for that company?
I wore a lot of hats. So anything from like HR to marketing to anything but field work.
Okay. The office stuff, the administrative stuff,
Yes.
paperwork, licensing, accounting, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go back to school at some point?
Yes, I did.
And where did you go?
Malone University.
And what were you studying at Malone?
Business.
Okay. And did you get a degree or degrees as a result of that study?
Yeah, I got my MBA.
Okay. What caused you to go that route?
I was working in HR at the time, and the company that I was working for had like we'll pay your tuition type thing. And it seemed like for advancement and managerial positions that I would need to have a master's. So I went ahead and took advantage of that.
Okay. Before you met Chad, were you ever married?
Yes,
How many times?
once.
Once? And who were you married to?
His name is Gus Mueller.
Okay. Did you have any kids with Mr. Mueller?
No.
Okay. About what year was that you were married to him?
2000,
Okay. And how long were you married?
about 3 years.
Okay. And did you guys get divorced?
Yeah.
And you were never married again until Chad and then Mike, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have any children of your own when you met Chad Cobb?
Yes,
How many?
1.
Okay. And who's that?
Alexander Stefanko.
Okay. And is that the young man that we heard that Mike has now adopted?
Yes.
Okay. And he was your son that you had with whom?
Michael Bookwald.
Okay. And you were never married to Michael, correct? Okay. But you guys had a kid, and what year was that?
Alexander was born in 2005.
It's to be assumed that you split up with that man, correct?
Yeah.
And is it fair to say that you had custody of Alexander?
Yes.
And I guess is Alexander's father in the picture?
No.
Okay. Where is he, if you know?
I don't know.
Was that ever an issue? Was there a battle there or?
Not really. Our split was not amicable. And he just kind of drifted off and we just really didn't see him.
Okay. After you met Chad, you had how many kids with Chad?
2.
2 kids. And those initials are?
FC and KC.
Okay. And we've heard that Chad had a child with Ashley Biggs named Grace, correct?
Yes.
You knew Grace very well, right?
Yes.
Okay. How did motherhood suit you?
Joy of my life.
You liked being a mother?
Yeah.
Okay. So we've heard that you've lived in a lot of places, correct?
Yes.
Where do you live right now?
Right now I live in Akron at the Summit County Jail.
Okay. How long have you been living in a jail as we sit here today?
Since November of 2019.
Okay. So is it fair to say you've been in jail now over 4 years?
Yes.
How's that?
Rough.
Tell us about a day, a typical day for you.
Overruled. Go ahead.
You can answer.
It really kind of depends on how they're staffed and how the pod has behaved in terms of how the day goes. We might stay locked up in cells all day. We might come out at 8. There's not really a lot to do or places to go. Try to play cards and keep your nose clean and stay out of trouble.
Can you tell us about what a typical visitation with a family member would be like?
So they don't have in-person visits, they only have video visits. And the technology is kind of wonky. So it can be really stressful to try to have one. They're like 20 minutes. And I think you're allowed to have one, maybe 2 a week.
So you're able to have 1 to 2 20-minute video visits per week. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Who are some of the people that you have those visits with?
I really haven't had any in quite a while, just because it is so stressful and emotional, just even trying to get up there, to the video visit, and hopefully they call you and you're not locked up and they let you out, and it's a lot. So prior to that, my family, my kids, my husband, my mom, my best friend have visited.
Okay. We heard from your husband, Mike, this morning, correct?
Yes.
Are you surprised he's still with you?
No.
Why not?
Because he's the best man I know.
Would you agree that it would be unusual for someone in his situation to stick with you?
Yes.
How do you feel about him?
I don't deserve him. He's my soulmate, and he's a wonderful man. He's a wonderful father.
Okay. Would it be fair to say it's been a tumultuous relationship, how it started and what happened after that?
Yes.
Okay. And we heard, and it's fair game, this started out of wedlock, right?
Yes.
Were you married to Chad Cobb when you started getting with Michael Stefanko?
Yes.
Okay. How do you feel about that?
I know it was very hurtful to Chad. And I would take that back if I could, but I wouldn't change the outcome.
Okay. When you start getting with Mike, you guys both worked at Chad, or I always do that, Cobb Cable Company, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When Chad gets arrested, what happens to that company?
Ultimately, it wasn't viable anymore.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you and now Mike are unemployed?
Correct.
We heard that Mike got a job. Did you get a job?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay. Where?
Man-can staffing.
Let's go back to Chad. When did you two meet?
The last day of 2006.
Okay. A New Year's Eve party or something?
No, he invited me to one, but no, it's just happened to be on New Year's Eve.
Okay. And that was in 2006?
Yes.
And tell us kind of where it went from there. How long did you date before you had a child?
Couple couple years before we had Faith. I
Okay,
mean, FC, sorry.
okay. Did he have his business up and running when you met him?
So he was working like as an independent contractor, but he didn't have like equipment, trucks, employees, none of that.
Okay. And you said that FC was born in 2008, correct?
2009.
Or excuse me, 2009. When you met Chad, did he have any prior children from a prior relationship?
He had Grace and maybe JW.
Okay, so we heard about a child that he
Yeah.
might have, correct?
Yeah.
Did you ever meet that child?
No.
Okay. But was Grace in his life?
Yes.
How so?
He was raising her by himself.
How did you feel about that?
It was one of the things that attracted me to him.
Okay.
He seemed stable and responsible and very devoted to her.
Is it possible that you felt that way because you were raising your son by yourself?
I think I was looking for someone with a similar mindset. Yes.
Would it be fair to say that maybe he wouldn't be scared off by the fact that you had a son?
Right.
Had you run into that previously?
Not necessarily, more just people who really weren't up to the task, of being a parent.
Sure. They might not know what it entails.
Right.
Okay. Did Chad have sole custody of Grace when you met him?
When I met him, he was trying to get custody. I think that Ashley had sole custody at that point. After we'd been together for about 3 months was when she gave custody up to him.
When you met Chad and you said he was trying to get custody, did he have a lawyer?
I believe so.
Okay. If you know, was he going to court?
I think he had filed, but there really weren't any court hearings to my knowledge.
Okay. Did you find him to be a good dad to Grace?
Yes.
Okay. As far as you know, he loved her.
Yes.
So in 2009, you have FC, correct?
Correct.
And when do you have your next child with Chad?
2012.
Okay. So prior to your youngest child with Chad being born, is it fair to say that in your household would have been Grace, Alexander, and LC? Like in 2000 and
Grace, Alexander, and FC.
FC,
Yes,
excuse me,
yes.
FC.
Yes.
And LC was 2012.
LS was
Or
20.
L.
Okay, so Casey was my last child, my youngest child with Chad.
Gotcha.
He was born in 2012.
Okay, all right. So you guys are all living together. There's 3 kids. Do you get married at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And we heard testimony. You just tell me if this is correct, that you guys got married on the front porch and no family or friends were there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How would you describe Chad as like running the family?
He was in charge. Kind of like a general with his troops, I guess.
Okay. Did you have a problem with that at the time?
I mean, not necessarily, except his methods were a problem for me.
Okay. What were the methods?
He was very focused on discipline and he was violent.
Okay. I don't want to get too much into it, but was he abusive to the children?
Yes.
Was he abusive to you?
Yes.
We heard a story about a horrible story about a dog getting shot. Were you there for that?
I was there in the very aftermath of it. I was like in the house when it was going on.
Okay. How did that incident make you feel?
Horrible. Our child was outside with the dog. He could have hit him. Why would you do that to an animal? and he was not good with animals.
And is it your understanding that that dog got taken to where Cindy Cobb works?
I don't think he actually took Dozer to the vet. I think he just took him straight to Cindy.
And then did Dozer live with Mike later until he died?
Yes.
Do you remember the first time you met Cindy Cobb?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What were your impressions of Cindy Cobb?
She was intimidating, not very friendly.
Did you feel good enough for Chad?
I always felt like I needed to prove myself to his family and to him.
Okay. How about Jay? How did he treat you?
Jay's most of the time a pretty laid back guy.
Okay. Did you ever have arguments or disagreements with Cindy Cobb?
No.
Okay. Fair enough. When you met Grace the first time, Grace Cobb the first time, how old would she have been?
A year and a half.
Okay. What was your relationship like with her?
So all of a sudden it was like I had twins. She and Alexander are about the same age. And she's like a super cheerful, sunshiny little kid. She's just always like happy for people. So we bonded really fast.
Okay. You lived with her up until 2012, correct?
Correct.
So how old would she have been in 2012?
7.
7? Between when you met her and she's a year and a half and, after you moved in, did she call you mom?
Yes.
Did you consider her your daughter?
Yes.
Did you consider yourself as her mom?
Yes.
Chad had 3 children, correct? 3, possibly 4, but he had 3 children, correct?
Correct.
If you had to name one as his favorite, who would it be?
Grace.
Why do you say that?
He singled her out for special activities. He was the least harsh with her on discipline.
Could it be because that was his first child, acknowledged child?
Yeah.
Could it be that there was just those 2 for quite a while,
Yeah.
right? What was Grace's relationship with her great grandmother?
They were super close.
What about Grace's relationship with Jay and Cindy?
Cindy didn't really like kids, so they didn't spend a whole lot of time with her, but I think they were really proud to have a grandchild.
We've heard testimony that you were abusive towards Grace. You remember sitting here and listening to that?
Yes.
There's a story out there about dog poop. Can you explain to the jury what is happening there?
So it wasn't dog poop, it was meatloaf. She was probably 4.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you speak in the microphone? It wasn't dog poop, it was?
Meatloaf.
Okay, meatloaf.
And she was just having a rough day. She was probably 4. And it was dinner time and she was kind of throwing a tantrum like, I'm not eating this. This is dog poop. And I said, yes, it is dog poop and you're still going to eat it.
Okay, well, what does that have to do with blueberry yogurt?
Nothing.
Okay. Do you know how she believes that it was in blueberry yogurt?
The only thing I can think of is that she's sort of mixing that incident up with when she was on like an antibiotic of some kind and it was in a pill and she couldn't take it. So we split it open and put it in yogurt and she absolutely was like traumatized by it. It turned out that it had tasted really disgusting.
Okay,
Like she flipped out.
okay. Did you feed Grace Cobb dog feces?
No.
How does it make you feel that she, to this day, believes that you did?
It breaks my heart.
Did you ever meet Ashley Biggs?
Yes.
When did you meet her?
Early and she and Chad's not relationship, but when she was still around after Chad and I got together, she would come get Grace occasionally. So it was kind of like pick up, drop off.
So prior to her not being in the picture for a couple of years,
Mhm.
maybe more, there would be some visitation handoffs.
Yes.
And you'd see her then?
Yes.
How did it make you feel when she left for that long period of time?
I don't think I really felt any way about it.
Okay.
She was really inconsistent to begin with, so it wasn't like Grace really noticed.
Okay. What effect did you notice that it had on Chad when she stopped showing up?
Chad kind of forced her to stop showing up.
Okay, how so?
He got angry with her for something that she had said and started ignoring her calls when she would ask to get Grace.
Okay. Do you remember the day that Chad went to go pick up Grace from the Catholic school and she wasn't there?
Yes.
So you remember that CPO action?
Yes.
What did you think about that method for getting Grace?
I thought it was pretty unfair to Grace. She just kind of got yanked out of school and, here's this stranger that she doesn't recognize and all of a sudden she's supposed to go with them. I think that was pretty traumatic.
Is it your understanding that that CPO that she filed against Chad alleged some sort of abuse, correct?
Yes.
Did it seem even possible that he could have abused her seeing as she wasn't around?
No.
Okay. Okay. What was Chad's reaction to that whole situation?
He was shocked. I would say he was devastated.
If you know, what effect did it have on Cindy and great grandma and Jay?
I mean, about the same.
Up to that point, they were spending a lot of time with Grace, right?
Sure.
At this time, the Cobb Cable Company and your family are that situation aside, are doing well, right?
Yes.
Do you come from money?
I mean, no, like middle class.
Okay. Did Chad come from money?
No.
Okay. And you guys were making money, right?
Yes.
Lincoln Navigator, right?
Yes.
You got the house and four-wheelers and vacations and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that maybe you felt a sense of entitlement?
You could say that.
Would it be fair to say that you and Chad felt a sense of entitlement towards Grace because you were raising her?
That's fair.
Now, this custody battle got very contentious. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Were there like, did Chad hire a lawyer?
Yes.
Did he meet with lawyer or lawyers?
Yes.
Okay. Were there court hearings?
Yes.
Were there a lot of filings back and forth?
Yes.
Did you meet with the lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go to all the court hearings?
They wouldn't usually let me in the courtroom. I know in one instance I just had to wait out in the car,
Okay.
but I would, be there to support.
Okay. Because this was Chad and Ashley's kid, right?
Right.
I know you considered yourself her mother, but biologically, that's who the battle is between at that point, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was that a stressful time?
Yes.
Do you know anything about a GPS tracker?
Yes.
What do you know about that?
Chad had Cindy purchase it for him so he could put it on Ashley's car.
Okay, so you're saying Chad Cobb had Cindy Cobb purchase it
Yes,
and to put it on Ashley's car?
correct.
Why wouldn't Chad purchase it?
He didn't want it to come back on him
How could it come back on him?
if she found it.
If Ashley found it,
Correct.
do you think that then they could look to see who purchased it?
That was his thought, yes.
Okay. Was Chad careful with things like that?
Usually.
Okay. What role did you have in that GPS tracker?
None other than I knew about it.
You knew about it. Did you tell him don't do that?
No,
Okay. Was that tracker ultimately discovered?
yes.
Okay. Did that then come out into the custody battle in court?
I don't think it had.
Why was the GPS tracker purchased?
So that Chad could know where Ashley was working.
Okay. And why is that important?
Because he wants to get her in trouble so that she loses grace.
Okay. We heard testimony about the police being called back and forth. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Do you remember that happening?
yes.
Okay. And what was that about?
Beth Judge had,
Is that your attorney?
that was the attorney.
Chad's
for
attorney?
custody, yeah.
Excuse me? Go ahead.
Had indicated that that was a good idea for well checks, especially in the beginning. For one thing, to make sure that Grace was okay, but also that it would be legally that it was a strategy, I guess.
Okay. And would that be in the hopes that there'd be some problem there that the cops would see?
Right,
Drugs out or something like that?
right.
Okay. Did that ever happen?
Nothing ever came of those.
Okay. On either side?
On either side.
Okay. But it was a custody strategy. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Chad, and by extension you, are learning about ways to try to get custody back?
Yes,
Okay. Is that what led to the drug planting in the car?
yes,
You sat here for testimony that there was marijuana planted in Brittany Dunson's vehicle, correct?
yes,
And that you made that call to call the cops to search that car, correct?
yes,
Did you make that call?
yes.
Where did it was a bag of marijuana, correct?
Yes.
Where did the marijuana come from?
I know now that it came from Mike.
Okay. You didn't know that at the time? Did Chad put it in the car?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you put it in the car?
No.
Okay. But you didn't see him put it in the car, correct? You're just making an assumption, right?
Correct.
Whose plan was that?
Chad's.
And did he tell you about it?
Yes.
And did you tell him that's a bad idea?
I suggested that it was a bad idea, but ultimately I let it go.
Okay. You let it go to the point where you participated in this plan, right?
Yes.
Do you realize that what you did there, just your part, is a crime?
Yes,
You know that now?
I do know that.
Did the GPS tracker have anything to do with that drug planting scheme?
I don't think so. I don't think they had the tracker at that point.
Okay, so the the drug planting would have predated the GPS. Is that correct? Okay. If you know, had Chad made prior attempts to get drugs into either Brittany or Ashley's car before he ultimately got them in there?
Prior to when I called at the school,
Yeah.
not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did he know that Brittany Dunson's car didn't lock?
I don't know.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that your role in that plan was to call the police,
Yes.
to make the call, right? And lie to the cops, right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you say to the cops?
That I had seen, I can't remember who was driving, but the driver of the vehicle with a joint in her hand sticking out the window.
You said a joint?
A joint.
Okay. And what happened after that?
The police came down to the school. They searched Brittany's car and they did not find the drugs.
Okay. What did you think about that?
I was surprised.
Okay. So then what'd you do?
At that time, I think I just went home.
Okay. Does that car get searched again?
Apparently, yes. I wasn't aware of it at the time.
Okay. And what happened?
I guess they did find the drugs at that point.
Okay. And did Brittany Dunson get charged with possession of marijuana?
No,
Did Ashley Biggs get charged with possession of marijuana?
no.
Did you and Chad get charged with anything related to this?
No.
So nobody gets charged.
Right.
What was the purpose, the end goal of that plan?
The idea being that if Ashley was putting Grace in harm's way by doing illegal things, that it would give us some legal grounds to get her back.
So is it your testimony here today that the purpose of the drug planting scheme was to help get Grace back?
Yes.
And did that plan work? And we heard about there's actual police report and an investigation done into this drug planting. So did that make you nervous?
I didn't really know that there had been a police report, but getting involved with the police getting involved with the police like that did make me nervous.
Okay. Was Chad upset that it failed?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because he was angry. He expressed his anger.
Did it make the custody battle even more contentious at that point?
I think so.
Did you ever get an indication from Jay and Cindy Cobb about their thoughts on the custody battle?
Yes.
And what were those thoughts?
They were extremely upset that things weren't being resolved. They didn't think that Ashley was fit to be a mother. And they really wanted Chad to take more action. They didn't understand why this was taking so long. Questioned him a lot about it.
Was there talk of maybe getting a different lawyer?
Yeah, we actually went and met with one.
Would that be, in your mind or Chad's mind, like a more aggressive lawyer?
Yeah, somebody maybe with more experience in that particular area.
Were there things that Chad wanted filed that weren't filed?
I don't know about that. He used to write basically novels to Beth Judge, like this is going on and this is going on and do something about it. And I think, I guess it's fair to say that there were things that he wanted filed that were not.
Lawyers love that, their clients. Okay, so is it fair to say that Chad was invested in this case?
Very.
What kind of toll was it taking on Chad as it was not going the way you guys wanted it to go?
He became progressively more frustrated, progressively more angry, progressively more obsessed.
We heard testimony and we heard your voice on that tape.
Mhm.
And just by the way, is that your voice on that tape?
Yes,
Did you have that conversation with Cindy Cobb?
yes, I did.
Okay, we'll get to that in a few minutes. We heard your voice on that tape talking about, it was in the context of the custody thing. It was talking about a tipping point for
Mhm.
Chad. What was that about?
I think I'm referring to a little bit of back and forth with the guardian ad litem. So the guardian ad litem had met with both of us, both parties.
Explain to the jury what the guardian ad litem's role is in the custody case. Sorry.
Sure. So she's like an independent person who the court brings on to look out for the interests of the child, who
Okay.
can be involved in, hearing both sides and kind of in real time and seeing, what's going on with the kid.
And sometimes that person's an attorney, right?
Yes.
Was the guardian ad litem in Grace's case an attorney? Do you know?
I believe so.
Okay, that's fine. So you're talking about a tipping point. Go ahead.
Mhm. And she said something like she didn't know who to believe. I think she said that to Beth Judge. And Chad's reaction was like cataclysmic. He was like, what am I supposed to do here? We've taken all the legal actions. We've gone all the avenues that we can. And still here we are in this position where, we're no closer to getting Grace back.
Do you think, strike that, was the drug planning scheme maybe a reaction to that frustration?
I would say so, yes.
You said cataclysmic, correct?
Mhm.
Did he ever have times where he just wanted to give up and to say to hell with it?
Yeah, so he would kind of go back and forth sometimes. He would be, really obsessed, writing this big email to Beth Judge about, why don't you address this, this, and this? And then, he'd turn around and be really despondent and be like, well, I guess I can't be Grace's dad. I'll terminate my parental rights, which I guess you can't actually do. But he didn't know that at the time.
Okay. So is it fair to say it was taking quite a toll on him?
Yes.
But did he give up?
No.
Okay. He kept going with it?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, was a plan of a second drug planting discussed?
Yes.
And what was that?
Because the marijuana didn't work, Chad felt that something stronger and potentially some paraphernalia would have a better success, that it would work.
So what was Chad's plan?
He was going to get a hold of some meth from, I guess, somebody that he went to high school with, sold it.
You said meth?
Yes.
Methamphetamine?
Yes.
Okay.
And that he was going to place that in Ashley's car. And then that we would either call the police or somebody in authority to get the police there so they would find the drugs.
What would be the purpose of that plan?
So that Ashley would be arrested and so that we could go to court and say, look, she's been arrested for drug trafficking. She's not fit to parent.
So it would help with the custody case?
Yes.
And was part of the plan, an essential part of the plan, that nobody know it was Chad that had done it, correct?
Yes.
What was your reaction when you heard this plan?
Wary.
Why?
It was highly illegal. It would put heat on us. And it already had not worked once.
So you had tried it once and failed, right?
Right.
So why would you want to do it again?
Right.
Did you talk him out of it?
Ultimately, no.
Did you discuss, you talked about the legal court plans with the attorney, right?
Yes.
And now you've discussed an illegal second stronger drug planting plan, correct?
Yes.
Which is illegal. And we'll talk about that in a minute, but that's not talking about it, but what happened, it's illegal, correct?
Yes.
Aside from those two avenues, did you ever talk about other plans involving Ashley or getting Grace back?
No.
Did Chad ever offer Ashley money to go away and get Grace back?
That was early on in the custody battle.
Okay. Tell us about that.
So he was trying to get, like they had a mediation at one point. He was trying to get to where he could legally sit down with her and have a discussion and say, hey, what do what's your price to drop this?
Did you learn that that could be a solution once you started to speak to the lawyer and get involved in that? Like paying her money to come to some agreement?
Did the attorney suggest it?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. We heard Chad testify that he asked Ashley to go to Luigi's. Remember that?
I do.
If you know, was that to go and discuss that payment?
It could have been.
Okay, but so you don't know?
I don't
Fair
know.
enough. I think you do know this though. Did the payoff plan, did that work?
No.
Okay. So did Ashley and Brittany, did they go away?
No.
Did they agree to shared parenting or anything like that?
Ultimately, no.
So is it your testimony here today that after that and other plans failed, you and Chad started discussing this second stronger drug planting plan?
Yes.
You said methamphetamine. Do you know why he didn't just try weed again?
I guess because it was stronger, it was more illegal.
Okay. Nobody got charged or anything in the first one, right?
Right.
Was it your hope that maybe somebody would get charged if it's a stronger kind of drug?
That was the idea.
And you also said meth, but do you know what it was? Specifically?
The only discussion we ever had was that it would be meth, that it would.
What I'm asking is did you get the meth?
Oh, no.
Did you see the drugs? And do you know the person that they were procured from?
No.
Do you know when he got them?
No.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that he got them?
No.
Okay. And do you know where he kept it?
I don't know where he kept it. When we were talking about it, I told him that he couldn't keep it in the house. Like you're not putting that kind of heat on the house. You're not having that around my kids. So it's going to need to be somewhere else.
So it sounds like you start to grow a conscience at that point, right?
I guess you could say that.
I mean, you're not stopping him from this highly illegal plan, right?
Right?
You're discussing it with him, right?
Right?
Did you have a role in it besides the help talking to him about it?
Yes.
What was your role?
I needed to be the one to alert the authorities once the drugs were in her car.
Okay. And what was the plan in terms of how to get the drugs in there?
Chad was going to do it. He was going to sneak them in there. There are a couple of different iterations of how that could happen. But the main point being that he would be unseen, drop them off. Nobody would know that they were in there, and that she would, then she would get caught with them.
And then, well, let's go back then. Was part of the plan that you call and order a pizza out to an address and get her car available?
That's ultimately what ended up happening.
Okay. So is it fair to say that your part of the plan was to make two calls, right? Call the pizza place and then call the police.
Yes.
And do you realize that by doing those things, you're committing multiple felonies?
Yes.
Possession of drugs, falsification of a police report, perjury, all manner of crimes, right?
Yes.
Are you committing aggravated murder or murder by doing that?
No.
So in the first drug planting plan, your job was to make a call, right?
Yes.
In the second drug planting plan, your job is to make a call.
Yes.
You're the caller.
Yes.
Did you and Chad have a particular day or time set up to get this plan into motion?
No.
So I guess let's take us back to, or take the jury back to June 20th, 2012. What happened that day?
Where do you want me to start?
I guess start with when this nightmare of a plan and a murder in a day ended up happening. Start there.
Chad had gotten a hold of me and told me to come pick him up at Mitco.
Well, about what time would this have been?
Evening.
Okay. Were you were at home?
Yes.
You had all the kids?
Yes.
How old was your youngest child at that point?
Casey was about 2.5 months.
Were you breastfeeding KC?
Yes.
Okay. So we're talking car seats, diapers, breastfeeding, I mean, the whole thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Had you already fed the kids?
Yes.
Was it unusual to get a call like that from Chad, for him to not be home for dinner and then get a call that says, come meet me?
Yeah, that's pretty normal.
Why is that normal?
He's always running around doing stuff, working on his truck, what have you.
Do you know what he was doing at his dad's company that day?
I don't.
Did he call and want you to pick him up to go do this plan, or did you know when you were driving?
He told me once I actually had him in the car. He said Ashley's about to get arrested.
Before we go any further, you've testified that if Ashley gets arrested for let's say possession of meth, it helps that ultimate goal of getting Grace back, correct?
Yes.
Would murdering Ashley Biggs help the custody case?
I don't see how.
How could it,
I mean,
how would it hurt?
Chad would be the immediate suspect. It would be worse.
Was Chad the immediate suspect in this case?
Yes.
Was Chad caught almost right away in this case?
Yes.
Where did Grace go after Chad got caught in this case?
Immediately to foster care, but then with Brittany.
So killing Ashley Biggs actually enabled Grace to stay with Brittany, correct?
Right.
So you pick Chad up at Mitco, correct?
Yes.
And you learn about that Ashley's going to get arrested, correct?
Yes.
So then take the jury through what happens.
Chad drove through Akron, past the Domino's location, where she was working.
Hold on. Chad drove?
Chad drove.
Okay. Keep going.
And kind of identified that she was in fact at work. And then he drove down Turkey Foot Lake Road, to a small commercial building.
Okay. When you pick Chad up at Mitco, what is he wearing?
He was wearing regular clothes at that point.
Work clothes?
He had his Cobb cable shirt on and jeans.
Is it that yellow Cobb cable shirt that we've seen
I would
here?
call it green, but yes.
Or like a high visibility shirt?
Yes.
Okay. And he had jeans?
Yes.
Was he carrying anything?
He had his backpack with him.
What's the color or style of that backpack?
It's camo.
Did he frequently carry that?
Yeah, he carried it kind of like a purse, like a woman would carry a purse.
Okay, but it was a backpack.
Yes.
When you picked him up at Mitco, he was not in full camouflage?
No.
Did he have a knife or a taser on his belt?
No.
Did he have duct tape and zip ties that you could see that were visible?
No.
Okay. Flashlight, face makeup, all that stuff? He didn't have any of that on him?
None of that.
Is it possible that all of that stuff was in that book bag or that backpack?
Yes.
So you guys drive by Domino's and see her car there, correct?
Yes.
What is the risk that somebody else shows up and delivers that pizza?
I mean, if that were to have happened, he just would have abandoned the plan.
What if Matt Travis, who we heard from, the manager of Domino's, what if they pulls up and Ashley gets out and Matt Travis is sitting in the front seat? What happens then?
I would assume that the plan would have been scratched.
Okay. So is it your testimony that Chad not being seen or having any confrontation with Ashley is the essential part of this plan?
It's crucial.
You made mention of some, it sounds like pretty light attempts to talk him out of this. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Okay. While you guys are in the car and you've got 4 kids, including an infant, does it ever occur to you to talk him out of this felony plan?
I mean, yes,
Why don't you?
I wish I had.
Did you guys have burner phones for this plan?
Yes.
Why is that?
So that if there was any kind of noise from Ashley about, they put these drugs in the car, there would be no affiliation with her work and any phones that we were attached to.
So are you saying that you were afraid that if they tracked the call to Domino's to you or to Chad, it could come up in court and blow the custody?
We wanted no affiliation between us and the situation.
So is it your testimony that it's not only essential that Chad not be seen, but that you guys aren't involved in this scheme at all?
Yes.
Did you guys go to Walmart and get minutes for those phones?
Yes.
And that's that picture we saw?
Yes.
And you're holding the baby and he's got a little one up on his shoulders?
Yeah, that's FC.
Okay. So that's your testimony, is that it was for that plan to get those burnt? Did you get phones there or just the cards?
I think just the cards.
Who got the phones?
Chad.
How many phones?
I think just the 2.
Okay. Did you have one?
Yes.
And did he have one?
Yes.
I understand why you'd want to have the burner phone to make the call to Domino's, but why have another phone? Burner phone.
In case we needed to get in touch with each other.
Is that because you didn't want to use your real cell phones that are attached to your names to be calling each other that night?
Right.
We saw the actual zip ties and pictures of them and things like that. Had you ever seen those zip ties before?
He had zip ties like those on his trucks.
Okay. But did you see those exact ones? Had you ever seen those?
I mean, I don't know.
Okay. You guys had an attached garage,
Yes.
and was there a workshop in there?
Yes.
Whose workshop was that?
Chad.
Okay. And is that for Cobb Cable Company, kind of?
I mean, a little bit of both. We had some household stuff there too.
Okay. What involvement did you have yourself with zip ties, either small ones or big ones like we saw here?
None.
Okay. Did you have the small ones in the house, like in a junk drawer or something?
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of like you tie a cable up with it, like behind the TV
Yeah.
or something like
Kind of
that?
like this over here.
Okay. Did you ever deal with the 3 to 4 foot long ones?
I did not know.
Okay. If you saw them stored, how would they be stored when they weren't in use?
Do you mean like where were they stored?
No, how were they stored? Like
I mean, they're like wrapped up, and then held together with another zip tie, like a small one.
okay. So are you saying that they would be stored like spiraled up?
Yes.
Okay. So when you saw them, they were never stored kind of lengthwise
No.
laid out. Okay. And would that be easier to transport then if they're smaller?
Yes.
Okay. Could those fit in a backpack?
Sure.
So I interrupted you and I apologize, but you go to, Chad is driving and drives past Domino's, okay?
Yes.
Right? Okay. I just want to pick up where you left off. I apologize. You verify that she's there, correct?
Yes.
And then what happens?
He drives to a location on Turkey Foot Lake Road.
Was that 647 West Turkey Foot Lake Road that we've heard about?
No.
Where is it?
I'm assuming it was very close by.
Okay. Was it in a business next door or down the street or
Yeah, I'm assuming it was right next door.
where? Okay. From there, could you see that building where Ashley was killed?
No.
Okay. At that point, you guys are in that parking lot nearby, correct?
Yes.
Was it walking distance to that parking lot where Ashley got killed?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess to jump ahead a little bit, the plan was you would drop him off, make the call, and then what was your part after that?
I needed to wait for him to call me.
Okay. And at that point, then you've testified that you would call the police and say she's swerving or give some reason to get the car pulled over.
Yes.
Okay. Where were you supposed to be when Chad's planting the drugs?
I was supposed to be still at the location where I had dropped him off.
Okay. Were you ever supposed to take the Navigator to 647 West Turkey Foot Lake Road?
No.
And why not?
I mean, the whole idea was to be invisible.
Is it fair to assume that business could have cameras or something?
Sure.
And if that car is there, that's not a good thing, right?
Right.
So would you ever want to be dropping off or picking him up there?
No.
So you guys are at this business next to the closed business, and what happens?
I'm waiting for a while, longer than I felt I should have been.
Well, let's go back.
Okay.
There was a lot of testimony about a tree,
Oh,
a conversation under a tree. What's that mean to you? Tell us about that.
So right before I made the phone call to Domino's, Chad seems to think that there was some kind of like big discussion and under this tree that was in the parking lot. And he references it later in our relationship quite a bit. He's obsessed with it. Don't you remember the time at the tree and what I said? And I don't really know that aside from the fact that, we were talking about committing felonies, I don't remember what he's referring to. He's like, this was, this is your fault because the time at the tree. And I don't.
At the business next door to where Ashley was killed, did you guys get out of the Navigator and have a conversation?
Yes.
Were there trees around?
I mean, yes.
Okay. So did you in fact make the call, the fateful call to Domino's that night?
Yes, I did.
And did you give a fake name?
Yes, I did.
And did you order a pizza?
Yes.
What was that pizza that you ordered?
I think I just ordered a pepperoni pizza.
Okay. And what name did you give?
Jennifer.
Did you give a last name?
I don't believe so.
So you made that call.
Yes, I did.
When you make that call, what does Chad do?
At that point, that was when he went back into the woods.
What woods?
Kind of behind the commercial building where we were. If you walk backwards, that whole area he walked off behind.
Okay. There's a lake back there, but there's like some wooded areas surrounding that. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And did you see him put the camo on and all that stuff?
No.
Okay. When he left you, what was he wearing?
He was still wearing the Cobb cable shirt, the jeans.
Okay. Did he, when he left your field of vision, and it's dark, it's pretty dark at this point, 11:30 or so, right? PM.
Right.
When he walked away from you, did you see a taser?
No.
Did you see a diving knife?
No.
Did you see 3 to 4 foot long industrial zip ties?
No.
At that point, your job is to wait for a call from Chad, correct?
Yes.
From your position there at that business next to it, is it true? Can you see into that parking lot where she was murdered?
No.
After you make the call and he walks off, what happens after that?
So I waited for the call. It seemed like it was getting to be an awfully long time. But then ultimately I did get a call from him.
We heard testimony from Matt Travis that he wants that pizza out the door in 12 minutes or something. Best pizza shop manager I've ever seen. He wants to get that thing out there quickly, right?
Yes.
When you say it felt like it was taking a long time, you felt like it wasn't going to take that long to get that pizza out there and to be getting a call from Chad saying, hey, come pick me up, correct?
Yes.
Where were you going to pick him up?
He was just going to return.
Okay, at that business.
Yes.
Next to it. Okay. About how long do you think elapsed before you get that call from Chad?
Maybe half an hour.
What are the kids doing during all this?
I had a DVD on for him.
Okay. You had some sort of flip down situation? Okay.
Yes.
Was the baby sleeping?
He must have been, or
Okay.
would have been noisy.
So they were either sleeping or watching
Yeah.
a movie. Are these the actions of a good mother at this point?
No.
Are these the actions of a good person?
No.
So you get the call after about a half an hour. And what happens?
He tells me to meet him at his bridge, and he tells me that he has Ashley's car.
What is your reaction when you hear that?
Why do you have Ashley's car? And he's like, just we'll talk about it. Meet me at my bridge. And he disconnected.
Do you know what he means when he says my bridge?
Yeah, so it's a location near his parents' house that he's always, it's like his fort, I guess, that he always went to from the time he was a little kid.
Did he take you to that bridge ever when you guys were dating?
Sure.
You guys would go there, make out, whatever?
I don't know, make out, but yeah.
Okay. You heard testimony that was he and Ashley's bridge. So when he says the bridge, my bridge, you know where he's talking about?
Yes.
Erica, when you get that call, why don't you drive immediately to the police station?
I was scared. I didn't know exactly what was going on.
Do you know she's dead?
No.
Do you have a bad feeling about that, though?
I have a bad feeling. Why does he have her car?
Is there any reason for him to be in her car?
No.
Was the plan that he's never in her car and no one knows he's there, correct?
Yes.
You've got young children in your car.
Yes.
For their sake, you don't take yourself and them to the police station, correct?
Correct.
Could that be because you're involved now?
I mean, I'm sure that was part of it.
Are you thinking to yourself, I made the call?
I mean, I wasn't quite freaking out about it yet. More, I was just like, just the fact that he had her vehicle was,
Okay. Did you ever see her car drive in?
no.
Did you see her car drive out?
No, but I saw it on the way to the bridge.
Okay. So you didn't follow Chad
I
necessarily?
mean, I ended up behind him.
It's kind of a series of one lane. The jury and I did it. It's kind of a series of one lane or two lane roads, correct?
Yes.
So there's kind of one way you'd go, right? So do you drive to the bridge?
Yes.
You don't drive to the police station, right?
No.
Okay. What happens when you get to the bridge?
At first, Chad wasn't there. I waited for a while, and then I started to really get panicky because he wasn't there.
Did you see any cars around? Would this have been about 1 a.m. at this point?
Yeah.
Ish. So you don't see Chad, you don't see any other cars. What do you do?
After sitting for a while, I looped back around that whole road to see if he's in any other location nearby. And when I don't see him, I park back near the bridge again.
Did you see headlights or taillights out in a field anywhere?
No.
Okay. Is it possible he had the lights off?
Sure.
So you do a loop around and you're looking for Chad, right?
Yes.
Do you ultimately see him?
Not while I'm driving. Once I get back to the bridge.
Why didn't you call and use the burner phones?
I had thrown it out the window.
So now you're tampering with evidence, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay. That's another felony, right?
Yes.
Why would you throw that phone out the window?
Because I didn't want to be associated with it. It was always the plan to discard it, but at this point, it seemed prudent to go ahead and do that now.
Is it fair to say that you're in trouble at this point
Yes,
and you don't want to be in trouble?
true.
So when do you see Chad?
Maybe 5 minutes after I had pulled back into the area by the bridge.
So this is after you've done your loop,
Yes.
and instead of doing another loop, you just stay there and say, I'm just going to wait for this guy.
Yes.
Okay. And where do you see him?
He came out of the corn. Like he was crouched and then he stood up, came toward me.
Okay. What was he wearing?
At this point, he had camo pants on.
And what was on his head?
At that point, nothing was on his head.
Okay. What was in his hands?
Nothing. Well, he had his backpack over his shoulder. Nothing was in his hands.
Okay. As he gets closer to the car, do you notice anything about him?
There's a big patch of what looks like blood on his chest.
And is that high visibility Cobb Cable Company t-shirt we saw?
Yes.
What is Chad's demeanor when he gets up to the car?
He's not himself.
In what way?
He's like shaky, fidgety. He's normally like a really fluid, calm guy, even when he's angry.
Did you find out what the hell happened?
Ultimately, yes.
What happened?
Grounds.
Well, she wasn't present in hearsay.
Response.
That's fine. So you don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened.
You weren't there in that parking lot, right?
True.
You don't know what Chad did.
Right.
What have you learned in being charged with this? Well, your ex-husband being charged, you getting charged, and you sitting through this trial. What did Chad do?
He deployed a taser and
Let's do a sidebar, please. Okay, objection sustained.
Erica, do you know what happened in that back parking lot at 647 West Turkey Foot Road? Do you know for a fact, like you were there, if a person was there, what happened back there?
I know for a fact what happened back there.
Okay. Were you back there?
No.
And you learned what happened back there from Chad Cobb, correct?
Yes.
But because of the objection, we can't get into that. So we'll move on.
Okay.
Were you in the back there at 647 West Turkey Foot Lake Road?
No.
Could you see from your vantage point what happened back there?
No.
Was the plan then or at any point to kill Ashley Biggs?
No.
Why not?
Aside from the fact that you don't kill people,
Yes.
it wouldn't have made any sense. I mean, the goal was to get Grace back. And if Chad's being focused on as a murder suspect, then it negates the whole purpose.
When a young woman dies in America, who do the cops look at first?
Her spouse, her partner, baby dad.
Her ex?
Yeah.
That is embroiled in a long custody battle?
Yes.
Would it make any sense to kill Ashley Biggs?
No.
Chad comes up to the car and he gets in the passenger seat. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what happens?
He tells me to drive him home.
Okay. Do you drive home?
Yes.
What happens when you get home?
I get the kids out of the car and try to get them settled. I assume that we're staying home. Chad goes in, gets in the shower, and I follow him in there.
Does he go into the house with his clothes that he had on and his bag?
Definitely his clothes.
Okay. Do you know where the bag is at this point?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you ever, before he killed her or after, handle this bag?
That day, no. I don't know if I've ever in my life touched it.
Okay. Did you pack it for him?
No.
Would you?
No.
You followed him into the bathroom, and did you learn that Ashley was dead?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your reaction to that?
I felt like I had been hit with a ton of bricks.
Okay.
I felt like I was going to be sick.
Were you sick?
Yes.
Okay. What happened?
I just had to sit down and I just scooted over to the toilet and threw up.
Did you feel like you're going to get charged with murder at that point?
Yes,
Okay. And it took a while, but you did, right?
yes.
After he showers, then what happens?
So he left the bathroom while I was being sick. And the next thing I did was get Kai and feed him because he was crying.
Okay. Did you guys leave the house at some point?
Yes.
Why?
Chad said that he needed to get Ashley's phone, that he could fix this.
Did that make any sense to you whatsoever?
None.
Why?
Because he's told me that she's dead. Her car is in this field, and you want to go and get a phone? Like what do you, it didn't make sense.
Did you believe that maybe at that point the cops had been there for an hour?
It definitely didn't seem like a safe place to go.
Okay. Did you order the pizza to 647 West Turkeyfoot Lake Road?
Yes.
If Ashley is missing, where's the first place the cops are going to go?
To her last delivery location.
647 West Turkeyfoot Lake Road?
Yes.
Did you resist going back there?
Yes. I tried to stay home with kids. He wasn't having it. He was angry. He was making orders. And it just seemed better to go along and not. I didn't know what he would do if I tried to argue with him.
Okay. Did you drive back to 647 West Turkeyfoot Lake Road, or did he?
He did.
And you are in the passenger seat,
Yes.
and all four of those kids are still now back into that car, right?
Yes.
Do you drive or does he drive to 647 West Turkeyfoot Lake Road?
He drove past it. But when he drove past it, he saw flashlights. So he kept going.
Who was that, obviously?
That must have been the police.
What was the demeanor in that car when you guys saw the cops in that parking lot?
I mean, I was probably as white as my shirt is right now. Chad was totally panicked.
What was his demeanor?
He was beating on the steering wheel. I'm fucked. We're fucked. I don't know. I don't know what to do. We're fucked. Excuse my language. And then he drove to his grandma's house.
Do you know why you guys ended up there?
I think it was a safe spot for him.
That was his
Wanted to,
grandmother's house?
Yeah, he wanted to try to regroup and figure out what to do.
Did you ever suggest going to the cops?
No.
Why not?
At this point, I thought that we were both in massive amounts of trouble.
Okay.
And I didn't want to lose my kids.
You did lose your kids though, right?
For a while, yes, I did.
You've lost your freedom, right?
Yes.
When you get to the grandma's house, do you ever get out of the car?
Yes.
Okay. And what'd you do?
We were out of the car talking at one point.
Okay. About how long were you there before Officer Hargett shows up?
I couldn't tell you.
Do you think it was,
It was a while,
okay, more than an hour?
probably.
Okay. What is Chad doing during all of this?
He kept getting in and out of the car, going to use his phone.
Okay. Do you know if he made any calls?
Yes,
Well, you weren't with him when he was driving Ashley's car, correct?
correct.
So he could have made calls that you are unaware of,
Sure,
including to your current husband.
sure.
Do you know who he may have called when he was at his grandma's house?
I know he called his mom, for sure, his parents for sure.
Did he still have his burner phone?
I don't know.
What phone was he making these calls on?
It was a flip phone. I'm not sure.
Was his normal phone a flip phone?
Yes,
Okay.
I think it was his phone that he was using to call
Okay.
his mom.
When you guys were at his grandma's house, did he ever do anything out like on the back of the car?
He was back there for a minute. I don't know what he was doing.
You didn't see him messing with those stick figure things?
I didn't notice him doing that at the time, no.
You had other things on your mind? Okay. What are the kids doing at this point? It's almost morning, right?
Yeah. The two older ones are sleeping. FC is periodically up and crawling around. She seemed to think it was a good time. What are we doing? This is fun. Casey woke up and at least once I needed to eat. But
Okay.
other than that, he was sleeping.
Do you remember Officer Hargett, who we heard from? Do you remember him walking up to the car?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to him?
I don't remember talking to him.
So you don't remember lying to him?
I mean, I don't have a specific memory of it, but I'm sure that his recollection is correct.
Okay. If I told you that in addition to saying, I don't know what's going on, well, let's start there. You knew what was going on, right? Maybe not everything. You don't know what happened back there exactly, but you knew what was going on, right?
Yes.
You tell him, I don't know where Chad is. That's a lie, right?
Yes.
I mean, you didn't know maybe exactly where he was, but you knew he was out in those woods hiding, right?
I knew he had gone that way. Yes.
Okay. How did he go? How did he run back there or what?
Yes.
Okay. And you stayed.
Yes.
Do you remember telling Officer Hargett something about Chad came in and said, get in the car and I don't know what we're doing here?
Yes.
Okay. You don't remember telling him, I think my husband killed Ashley Biggs. You didn't tell him that, did you?
I didn't tell him that.
You didn't tell him, I made a call to get Ashley Biggs out there and now she's dead. You didn't tell him that, right?
Right.
You didn't tell him, I think that her body's in the field by his parents' house. You didn't tell him that.
No.
Why not?
Once again, because I didn't want to lose him or my kids.
Is that something that a good person would do?
No.
They find Chad in the woods. They take you to New Franklin Police Station, right?
Yes.
And are you thinking, huh, I'm cooked?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask for a lawyer?
Yes.
Did you get arrested that day?
No.
Were you surprised?
I guess I was kind of surprised.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you didn't have the plan to kill her, or even Chad did, but she ended up dead, right?
Right.
When you were making this plan with Chad and executing the original plan, was there ever a time in your mind that you thought that Ashley Biggs would die?
Absolutely not.
When you had the first drug planting plan, was there ever a moment during that plan and the execution of it that you thought that Brittany Dunson would die
No,
or Ashley Biggs would die in the first one?
no.
Do you take seizure medication?
Yes, I do.
Did you have it with you that night?
I don't remember. Probably.
Okay. If you had a plan to kill Ashley Biggs, would you bring your kids with you?
No,
Would you participate in that plan in the first place?
no.
After Chad gets arrested, did you stand by him?
Yes,
Did you tell the police what happened?
no.
Would that have implicated you?
Yes,
You've got an MBA, but you're not a lawyer, right?
correct.
You were and maybe still are unaware of the theories of complicity, correct?
I know a little bit more about it than I used to.
Sure. But at that time, you're thinking, I'm done, ag murder, right?
I mean, murder, yeah.
Shortly after, well, at least a few months after this, you get with his best friend, right?
Yes.
How did you feel about that?
I mean, I felt guilty. I was a real hot mess at that point. So
How so?
drunk all the time.
Okay.
Not making wise decisions about my drinking. I mean, that was really my life at that point before I sobered up and started working. I would just drink all day long. And
Did going to jail sober you up pretty good?
yeah,
Did going to jail humble you?
yes,
Did going to jail expose you to women that had real problems in their lives?
yes,
At some point, after you guys unsuccessfully tried to keep Cobb Cable Company going, you decided to sell stuff off, correct?
yes.
Did some of that equipment have like loans on it, or was it all paid off?
It was all paid off.
Okay, so that stuff had value then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you do with the proceeds of those sales?
I saved most of it. It got us through like probably about a year. We were heavily in debt on the mortgage. Chad bought the wrong things. We had a nice new truck, but $3,000 behind in the mortgage. So I tried to pay all that stuff off. Just try to get things back to an even keel. And then I just continued to use it, like even after I had gotten a job, just to make ends meet.
Did you take any of that money and like give it directly to Mike Stefanko?
To Mike, no.
Okay. But he benefited from it too, right?
Yes.
He was living there and got to enjoy all that entails, right?
Sure.
Okay. So you said you were a mess and that you were drinking a lot. Would part of that mess be that you're having free-flowing conversations with people that don't like you?
Yes.
Okay. Did Cindy Cobb like you?
No.
Did you Were you sure that Mary Brinkman liked you or didn't like you?
At that point, I thought she liked me.
Okay. Turns out not so much.
Not so much.
Okay. Were you guilty? Or did you like feel guilty?
Like today,
No, back then.
yes.
Okay. What about?
I wish I had made different decisions to talk Chad out of planting the drugs, to not participate myself.
Okay. But you didn't take any action to kind of address that guilt, did you?
No,
Like you just kept going, right?
I wanted to move on with my life, yes.
Divorced Chad. He's in prison. LWAP. He's never getting out, right?
True.
Just got to keep moving on, right?
Yes.
Keep drinking.
For a long time, yes.
Okay. Did you end up picking up a misdemeanor 4 charge conviction in Wadsworth?
I think it was an M2.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're saying it's higher than what I said.
Yes.
Okay. But a misdemeanor, right?
Yes.
What was that?
I went through the self-checkout at Walmart and didn't scan some of the things that I was walking towards the door with.
What was it?
I don't recall.
Okay. If I told you it was like dog food and stuff.
That sounds about right.
Okay. And you committed that crime?
Yes,
And you pled guilty to it, right?
I did.
And at some point prior to that, you go and you have a cocktail with Cindy Cobb, right?
Yes.
And unbeknownst to you, she tapes you, right?
Yes.
And this is a woman that you know does not like you, whose son is serving life without parole, and you just open up to her, right?
Basically.
Is that a good idea?
No.
Yeah. Was it instrumental in finding you on the witness stand fighting for your life?
Yes.
Now, the state has played a lot of clips from that tape, and they've asked a lot of questions about clips on that tape. To your recollection, and you've heard some of it and all of that, but just for your recollection, did you ever admit to a plan to kill Ashley Biggs on that?
No.
tape? But you did talk about a plan, right?
Yeah.
Like, for instance, on page 15, you say, the part he executed went totally awry. So I did my part, his part went awry. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
What are you referring to in that?
I made the phone call. He was supposed to go put drugs in her car. And obviously that didn't go as planned.
When you made that phone call, to your knowledge, was Chad Cobb armed?
No.
Did he have the zip ties or the knife or anything on him that you were certain? Did you know if he had those on him?
No, I wasn't aware.
Did you have any reason to believe that he would have a confrontation with her?
No.
Did you have any reasonable expectation that he would assault and kill her?
No.
Had you and he ever discussed that?
No.
Would it make sense to kill Ashley Biggs?
No.
On the on the tape, on the transcript, page 17, you discuss with Cindy Cobb, and that is your voice on there, right?
Yes.
And in addition to saying all this stuff, you also say some other terrible things, right?
Yes.
Were you a good person back then?
I was working on it.
Are you working on it still to this day?
I mean, I think I'm a lot closer.
Well, let's just get right to it. Let's get right to it. You said you're not sad that Ashley's dead.
I did say that.
Explain to the jury how we can now listen to anything you're saying.
I think at the time I really wasn't sad that she was dead, but since then I've heard from her family. I've heard from people that I've been locked up with who have gone through loss, and I've just had time to really think about, to hold myself accountable. And she lost her life. And if I had taken different actions that night, then at a minimum, I wouldn't be responsible for it. I wouldn't.
Mike suffered a lot of loss in his life. Unimaginable loss. Has he helped you become a better person?
Yeah.
On page 17 of the transcript related to the tape, you discussed Chad, quote, not turning this situation into something it's not. What are you referring to there?
I mean, he really wanted to exempt himself from any responsibility. And I didn't think that was fair.
Did he want to try to turn the plan for the drug planting into a plan for murder?
I don't think so.
Okay. Did we hear him up on that witness stand ever say there was a plan for murder?
Not that I heard.
Did we hear that his plan was to go to Disney World, right?
Yes.
On page 28 through 29 of the tape, you say, quote, this is what's happened, and you're going to do as I say. That's just his personality. Whose personality?
Chad's.
You continue on page 29, you say, I had no control. If I step out of line, what's going to happen? What's going to happen?
He's going to punish me until I comply.
We heard on that tape on pages 54 and 55 that his mom thinks that Chad snapped. You said that you could see him snapping, but that he was generally controlled. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You also say to her that he talked to you in a different way right after it happened. Did that make you think maybe he did snap?
I was of two minds about it. Either he did snap, or he had another explanation as well. And so it was kind of between the two. I have thought that perhaps he did snap.
It wasn't the plan, though, for him to ever even be seen, correct?
Correct.
But at some point, is it your belief that he ended up purposefully murdering Ashley Biggs?
Yes.
You talked to Cindy about, well, Cindy says, I'm thinking it's an anger lash out thing because he can't control, and Chad needs to be in control. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay. Do you agree with that?
That Chad gets angry when he can't be in control?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
On the transcript, I'm sorry, that was on page 63. On transcript page 64 of that tape, you say, you're not going to say that I'm responsible for you being in prison, because I'm not. You know, could I have prevented you from being in prison? I agree with that. But am I responsible? Am I the reason that you're in prison? Am I some piece of shit and I diabolically planned for you to be in prison? No. Did you make that statement?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
That whatever led him to kill her has nothing to do with me. That wasn't something that we talked about. That wasn't something I encouraged him to do. he needs to take responsibility for that.
When you talk about in that tape generally, I might have been able to stop him. I could have told him not to do it or whatever. Are you referring to the drug planting plan or some plan that involved assaulting or killing her?
I was talking about the drug planting plan.
When you're talking about that last part on page 64, are you saying that like the drug plan was not executed? Obviously, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat what you're referring to?
So let me guess.
I mean, no,
ask this. Was the plan to plant drugs the first time or the second time a success?
It was not successful.
Okay. Do you remember on in that tape, and this is on transcript page 126, discussing with Cindy about taking out a life insurance policy on yourself?
Yes.
Why? What were you talking about there?
That if it came down to it and I was going to have to spend a significant amount of time in prison, then I'd rather die.
You talk about with Cindy, there's a quote, "This is the only way this situation is going to go away." What situation were you talking about there?
The custody battle.
And how was that situation going to go away?
If Ashley was no longer a fit parent,
Okay.
then the court would award us custody.
If Ashley dies, he's murdered, does that situation go away?
That situation gets worse.
In fact, Brittany Dunson still ends up with grace, right?
Yes.
And Chad's in prison. And you're charged with murder, right? Towards the end of the conversation with her, page 159, you say, if he had got what was supposed to happen that night, yeah, happened, then it was, he had a perfect plan, but it didn't go the way it was supposed to at all. And why that is, I don't know, because he told it to me two different ways. If the plan was to murder her, then that plan went perfectly, right?
I mean, that's what happened.
If the plan was to plant drugs, that plan failed spectacularly, didn't it?
Yes.
We heard some talk in there about Chad saying things like, kind of ranting and raving about Ashley. I'm going to keep her skull as a trophy, right?
Mhm.
What did that mean to you? That he was going to have her literal skull up on a mantle?
No. I mean, I thought it was a euphemism. Thought he was being dramatic.
Okay. As it relates to the custody case?
Yes.
Chad didn't like to keep evidence around, right?
I mean, no.
Okay.
Of what?
Crimes.
I mean, no.
Okay. You talk in there with Cindy, if the truth comes out, we'd both be in prison right now. You remember saying that?
Yes.
Can you go to prison for possessing drugs?
I believe so.
Can you go to prison for planting drugs on a person to get an advantage in a custody case?
Yes.
Can you go to prison for making that call to set up, to get the catalyst, to get Ashley out there to get the drugs planted?
Yes.
Can you go to prison for, after you find out that I've got Ashley's car, that you don't call the cops and you in fact go and pick him up?
I think I would. That would be.
You're helping him, right? Can you go to prison for throwing that phone out the window that you made the call?
Probably.
Should a person do some time for that stuff?
Yes.
You talk on that tape about every time I hear a siren, looking over my shoulder, I don't know when that heat's coming down. You remember that?
Yes.
Why?
Why was I always looking over my shoulder?
Yeah, was that because you helped plan and commit a murder?
No.
Is it because you helped plan a drug planting?
Yes.
Chad had power over you, right?
Yes.
If he could convince Detective Hitchens that you made that call, that's power, right?
Yes.
If he can convince his mom to secretly tape you, never talking about a murder, but talking about the plan, and can get that to Detective Hitchens, that's power, right?
Yes.
And if he can get Mary Brinkman to say, oh yeah, she told me about it too, that's power, right?
Yes.
Did he use that power?
Yes.
Did it work?
In what way?
Are you sitting on
Here.
trial for aggravated murder?
Yes.
For making that call?
Yes.
Just like you made that previous call when you guys planted the pot, right?
Yes.
You talked to Chad after he went to prison. You heard him testify. Is it your impression from him? He thinks he's getting out.
He's not getting out.
Does he think he's getting out?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sustained. Don't
Okay.
answer that.
You've been sitting in jail over 4 years now, right?
Yes.
In your time in jail, when people provide information to the government, and I'm not saying that the state here has made any agreement, does it typically help that defendant or that incarcerated person get a little consideration?
I can-
Don't answer that. Don't answer that.
It's your own personal experience, Judge.
Let's do a sidebar, please.
I'll withdraw that question, Erica, so don't answer anything.
Okay.
So we've talked about, and you've admitted here, multiple crimes. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you feel like you're being punished for those crimes right now?
I mean, I've been locked up for 4 years.
Okay.
It's been pretty awful. So
Do you feel like you've got a lot of atonement to do for things you've done in your life?
yes.
Do you think that you're saying that you're guilty of a lot of stuff in your life, but that you're not guilty of aggravated murder and murder? Is that correct?
Yes.
And that you'll accept responsibility for your part in this, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that Chad has accepted responsibility for his part?
Objection.
Basis?
What is relevance is why she
Relevance is your
believes.
basis response?
I guess I can ask her if Chad's pled guilty in this case.
That's fair.
Has Chad pled guilty
Yes.
in this case? And part of what he pled guilty to a lot of things, but two of the crimes were aggravated murder and murder, correct?
Yes.
Have you pled not guilty to aggravated murder and murder?
Yes.
Is it your belief that you are not guilty
Yes.
of those offenses?
Yes.
Do you feel remorse as we sit here today?
Yes.
For what?
For a lot of things, for my treatment of Grace, for hurting Chad, and primarily for all of the actions I just had to testify about. I feel remorse for those things.
When you went to jail in 2019, that was obviously traumatic for you and your family, correct?
Yes.
In a way, was that maybe what you needed?
I think that it was maybe fair that maybe God sat me down.
Did it give you perspective on your life?
Yes.
Did it make you see people that actually were really suffering?
Yes.
If you were able to get out of jail one day, would it be your intention to try to rebuild your life with Mike?
Yes.
Judge, what's the relevance?
You can answer that. Overruled. Go
I'm
ahead.
talking about your personal life. This is your personal story. Is that what you would want to do?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Mhm.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thanks, Erica.
So one follow-up to defense counsel's direct examination. At one point, he did say to Mrs. Stefanko, "You're fighting for your life." I just wanted to give a curative instruction to the jury. This is not a death penalty case. So while she may be fighting for her liberty, this is not a death penalty case. I just want to make that very clear. It is now 2:33. The state had requested a little bit longer of a break. We are going to break until 3 o'clock. Just a reminder to our jurors to not discuss, not research, and not let anyone talk to you about the case, okay? And I'll get Kelsey in to bring you back to the jury room.
I only have 60 days.
Okay, Christie, we are going back on the record. State of Ohio versus Erica Stefanko. It's 3:02 PM. The state? Oh, you all may be seated. Thank you.
So at this point, Judge, based on your prior rulings, I just want to make sure I'm
Absolutely.
stay within the bounds. So at the previous hearing, there was testimony by a witness that Ms. Stefanko had threatened and threatened Ashley and told her she would rip her head off and shove it up her butt and that she would kill her. And
At a previous hearing?
yeah, previous trial.
So at a previous trial?
Yes.
What
So,
witness testified to that?
Brittany Dunson.
But did she testify to that at this trial? She just did?
No,
Okay.
but it's good faith belief that it was said by this defendant, and I'm allowed to cross on that and ask her, isn't it true you have threatened her?
Okay,
And so I just want to make sure that,
but without referencing
I
the,
mean, she says she sees it in an email.
does the defense want to respond?
Yes. So I guess he would be impeaching Miss Stefanko with testimony from a trial from Miss Dunson that was not admitted, and the court excluded testimony related to that in this trial.
Judge, first of all, I'm not impeaching.
This is in the email stuff that you have already excluded.
I'm not talking about the hard copy of an email. There was prior information, defense counsel was disclosed that a witness had indicated that through emails that she had seen that the defendant had threatened our victim in this case. That's completely relevant, and I can ask her about that. I'm not going to impeach her I'm asking her about that. I'm allowed to ask her those questions.
So you're saying at the first trial, Brittany testified to this?
Right, but it's information. It doesn't matter whether she testified or not. If it was in a police report, I could clearly ask the witness, hey, isn't it true that you threatened him based on the information we have in the police report? And this isn't a police report, but it's information that was had at a hearing that they were aware of. Unlike the emails, the hard copy of the emails, which you ruled were late incoming.
Right.
Which you ruled were.
Late incoming.
It's even less verifiable than a police report.
And
Judge.
Judge.
Is it in the transcript from the first trial?
It is. I can show you. And verifiable has nothing to do with it. It's only a good faith belief that it's information that.
Your Honor, it is testimony of what was alleged to have been in the unseen emails that we don't know where they came from the first trial. Yes, they were.
I said, we're not referencing emails.
You're referencing what was allegedly contained in them.
We are referencing emails.
No.
Are you
Not
referencing?
actual emails.
Let's all talk one at a time for Christy, first of all. Are you planning to ask her about the prior testimony that
No,
that
I'm going to ask
Brittany
her.
gave or about the emails?
I'm going to ask her. Isn't it true you previously threatened Ashley through emails by telling her you were going, next time you saw her, you were going, whatever it says in the transcript? I'm not citing the transcript. I'm not citing the Brittany Dunson. I'm just going to ask her that question.
Okay, did the defense want to respond?
Yes, Judge. I mean, this is testimony has not been admissible in this trial about emails that she may have seen that we do not know if they were or were not authored by Ms. Stefanko. And so we would ask the court's previous rulings as it relates to this testimony to continue and that they not be admitted to permitted or admitted into asking this line of questioning.
I don't believe there were previous rules. We discussed this very issue previously, and you said you were going to wait to rule on it until we came to trial.
And that testimony has not been allowed up to this point, and Brittany Dunson did not testify about it in this trial.
We did not elicit it. But it's information that we have that's clearly cross-examinable information.
So you want to use,
Judge, if she had never said that in the prior trial, And I said, I couldn't just ask the defendant, have you ever threatened Ashley Biggs in the past? Of course I could ask that question. But now all of a sudden, because it was in a hearing and a trial, and we actually had the email, now all of a sudden it's taboo. I don't know how that happened.
Well, the emails are taboo because they were turned over late. So that's been ruled
But,
on.
but all I'm saying is that just because we ended up with confirmation of it, now the rest of it's taboo too? That doesn't make any sense. If we had never showed you that email confirming what the witness had said, I would have been able to ask that, no questions. There would be no issue.
There was no confirmation whatsoever in the first trial. None. She didn't have printouts of emails. Now, as he's described it, confirmation, they're a million miles away from confirmation. We're still just looking at screenshots, printed out screenshots of things that were turned over a dozen years later. There's no more than that now.
The rule doesn't
14
require
years
good
later.
confirmation, just good faith
I'm
belief.
sorry.
The rule doesn't require confirmation or corroboration. It's a weight of the evidence. I have the right, good faith belief that it existed, that I can ask about. She can deny it.
Okay, we're going to take about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
we're going back on the record. It's 3:15 on Monday, January 29th. So my ruling on the emails is that they are inadmissible for any purpose, including impeachment. I've heard the arguments. We've discussed it multiple times. They're not coming in for impeachment. They're not coming in as reference. You can ask the witness whether she has ever threatened Ashley Biggs. That's completely acceptable. But I don't want to hear about the emails. I don't want to bring up. That could be grounds for mistrial, so we're going to leave those out. Are we ready to bring the jury in?
We are, yes.
Okay, we'll bring the jury in, please. All right. Thank you, Kelsey. Okay, sorry for the back and forth. Going to be seated. We are back on the record. Mrs. Stefanko, just a reminder, you are still under oath, and it's now the state's opportunity to cross-examine the defendant.
May I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Mrs. Stefanko. So based on your testimony today, basically sounds like this is all just a big misunderstanding, right?
Big misunderstanding? How do you mean?
Well, I mean, we're here on an aggravated murder trial, but apparently the 3-hour conversation you had was not about killing Ashley Biggs. It was about planting meth.
That's true.
All right. So really, had you come to us in 2012 and mentioned that to us, we'd never even be here, right?
Not today, no.
Right. And a matter of fact, it's been 12 years since she's been killed. And today is the very first time you've ever mentioned meth.
That's true.
As a matter of fact, your counsel had gone to great lengths to point out in the 3-hour conversations, you never actually said anything about a plan to murder Ashley Biggs, correct?
That's true.
Likewise, not one time in 3 hours is the word meth or a plan to plant meth ever mentioned.
That's true.
There was not even a mention of the word plant.
I mean, I'll take your word for it.
Well, I mean, you've heard the transcript. I mean, you heard the recording, correct?
I heard the portions of the reporting that you played, yes.
Right. So let's boil this down for this jury. Right now, as we sit here, if this conversation, a 3-hour conversation with Cindy Cobb, is you talking about Ashley Biggs' murder, then clearly you were complicit in planning, in the plan to kill Ashley Biggs. If they believe that it was meth you were talking about, then you're not guilty of aggravated murder. You're guilty of a sundry of other crimes, correct?
You're the attorney and they're the jury.
You don't disagree with that?
I mean, I agree that the crimes that we were discussing in my testimony are punishable.
Right. Well, and actually they're not anymore, are they? You're very aware that all the crimes that you've admitted to today are no longer prosecutable against you because of the statute of limitations.
You're not charging me with those?
Right. You're very well aware that everything you've admitted to today, you cannot be prosecuted and punished for. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So all your admissions were without any type of repercussions.
You could say that.
And that would be your way of buying credibility with this jury by admitting to some bad things you did. So that they'll believe you when you say you didn't do the really bad one, right?
I'm just telling the jury what happened.
Okay. Now, isn't it also true that since 2019, you and your attorneys have had a copy of the entire state's file?
I assume so.
all right? Either you or your attorneys, correct?
That's fair.
You've had all the pictures, you've had the recordings, you've had all the police reports, you've had everything, correct?
That's fair.
And again, today is the first time we've ever heard anything about meth.
Yes.
Now, you're not dumb. You've got an MBA, right? That's what, a Master's in Business Administration, correct?
Yes.
When did you get that? When,
2018.
2018. So 2018, you would have got a master's degree while raising how many kids?
4.
Okay, so not an easy task.
Mike was significantly helpful.
And Mike, what year did he drop out of school?
I think he made it to the 11th grade and didn't do 12th.
All right. And Chad, you heard, had learning disabilities, IEPs, and didn't do great in school.
I heard that.
Right. So you, amongst the three, are the most educated.
I'm most educated, yes.
And you're the one who took care of all the business records, you do the taxes, all those things.
Yes.
Okay. So this plan that you're talking about, the meth plan. So explain to me how you needed to be there.
How I needed to be there?
Yeah, why in the world, if he was going to plant meth in her car, like how did this practically work? So he's going to have you load up all the kids at 11:30 at night to drop him off in a place where he could have parked himself. Why?
You have to ask him that. He was the one
But
who
you
came up
did.
with it.
So you're telling me you want this jury to believe that Chad Cobb said, I'm going to plant drugs on Ashley tonight. And I need you to get the kids in the car, bring them up to this location at 11:30 at night, and then drive me here next door so that I can walk away, and then you wait for a phone call.
That isn't exactly what happened.
Well, you made the phone call to deliver the pizza, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you could have made that from your home and written it. In the comfort of your home with your kids sitting with you.
I guess I could have.
So your MBA, you have a master's in business administration, and you didn't even question that? You didn't say, hey, what in the world are we doing?
No.
Would you agree that makes no sense?
I would agree that it doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense. Committing any of those crimes doesn't make sense.
Oh, boy.
I think that's Mike's head.
Just if I would.
There we go. Sorry, Mike.
We'll get you some Q-tips later on. Let's talk about this part of the plan. So according to you, Chad Cobb was going to plant, I didn't touch anything.
I know. There you go.
Chad Cobb was going to go plant some meth in a car.
Yes.
Now, would you agree this is a pretty elaborate plan to go and call her up, have a pizza delivered to a location, which, by the way, is closed, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the plan was you were going to make a call next door. She was going to come. He was going to get out of the car in his jeans and his T-shirt, change into this outfit, okay, in the 10 minutes it took to deliver the pizza. And he was going to change and get into this outfit. And then when she drove up and got out of the car and the business is closed, when was he going to sneak the drugs into the car?
I assume while she was at the back door.
Well, you were at the place, right? You've seen this place, right?
I've seen the same thing the jury has seen.
You
Yes.
know you could not get into a car by that back door without being seen.
You're asking me about things I don't have knowledge of.
Which part?
I don't have in my mind a picture of exactly, number one, where she actually parked, what that whole area looks like. I'm just confused a little bit by what you're asking me.
All right. And if you're going to do this felony as you described, that would seem pretty risky, to risk having her come to a closed business where she wasn't even going to meet anybody, and then have somebody walk up to her car while she's standing at a door and then plant drugs in it, and nobody's going to see or hear that.
It does sound risky.
And it doesn't make any sense, does it?
You don't seem to think it makes sense. I certainly don't think that it made sense.
Okay.
Now, sitting here,
Did you ask him what in the world the backpack was for?
no.
All right. And not only did he get out with the backpack, but he found out with these things.
No. Those were not visible to me when he got out of the car.
But you know that these are the three of these were ended up on Ashland.
Yes.
So if he was just going to plant drugs surreptitiously and never be seen, why does he need a knife, taser, and zip ties?
You would have to ask him why he brought those things.
Again, you would agree this doesn't make any sense whatsoever that he was going there to plant meth.
Objection, asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained. Don't answer that.
And again, as we know, this is going to come down to whether this conversation was about murder or about planting meth, right? So keeping that in mind, how many lies did you tell during the course of this custody battle and this case?
I don't know.
Multiple, right?
That's fair.
So you lied about planting marijuana.
I don't think I ever lied about planting marijuana.
Well, you were deceptive about it, right? You called the police and told them there
Yes.
was marijuana in a car
Yes.
that was planted by your husband, right? That wasn't a lie?
No, that wasn't. That would be fair to say that I lied in that instance
All
when I
right.
made that phone call. Yes.
It was a fraud.
That's
You
fair.
were perpetrating a fraud on an innocent person,
That's true.
and you used the police to do it,
That's true.
okay? And that's not the only time you did it, right? Because you said there was a second time that you did it, right? The same day, wasn't there?
No.
Didn't they search your car twice that day?
Brittany Dunson testified to that, but I only called once.
All right, well, if I told you the police report said that the car was called twice, the car was searched 2 times because of 2 different calls, you would disagree with that?
Believe Brittany testified that she called the second time.
Okay. You lied to the police when you told them you didn't know what was going on.
It's true.
So you're willing to lie in this case.
I have lied in this case. Yes.
You were willing to lie just to get out of trouble for felonies, lower level felonies, weren't you?
Yes.
So would it be fair to suggest that you sitting here facing aggravated murder charges, that you'd be willing to lie for that too?
I'm not lying.
That's not the question though. You would be willing to lie for whatever it
No.
did to suit you.
No.
Because that's what you did throughout this whole process, didn't you?
There were instances throughout this process where I lied. Yes.
And you did it easily.
I don't say that I did it easily, but I did it.
I mean, it's pretty bold to lie to the police, isn't it?
It's not something that makes a person feel comfortable.
But not only did you do it the first time, you felt comfortable enough to do it a second time, is what you're telling us.
Are you referring to the first time being with the original drug plant and the second time being with when I spoke to the officer when Chad was arrested?
Well, let's talk about when you called Domino's.
Okay.
That wasn't true too, was it?
That was deceptive. Yes.
And also you lied to the police officer.
When Chad was arrested?
Yeah.
Yes,
You said you didn't know what was going on.
that's true.
And then you told him later on that you were just sitting home and Chad came home frantic. That wasn't true either.
No, it wasn't.
And that's with the knowledge that somebody had died. Right?
True.
Roll right off your tongue. Right?
I wouldn't say it rolled right off my tongue.
Well, you expected people to believe you.
Yes.
And now you are here today telling us that we should believe you when you talk about a 3-hour conversation about Ashley's death, that it was about planting meth.
Is that a question?
Yes,
I can't control whether you or the jury believes me. All I can do is tell you the truth.
but you're asking us to believe you.
I am, yes.
All right, let's talk about the conversation that you had with Cindy Cobb, right? Cindy Cobb didn't do anything wrong, did she?
In what regard?
Well, taping you. There's nothing illegal about that, was it?
I don't believe there's anything illegal.
You're
about
just
it.
mad about it.
I don't know to say that I'm mad about it. I don't think that it was a very honest thing for her to do. I think it was kind of sneaky, but I mean, she has a right to do it.
Right. I mean, not sneaky like trying to plant drugs in somebody's car so you can get custody of the child.
I mean, she participated in that too. She bought that tracker.
Okay. And you saw her buy that tracker?
I did not see her buy that tracker.
All right, so you're just basing that on what somebody else
True.
said. But in no time did you hear Brittany Dunson ever say that she saw Cindy Cobb following her. The only person she said she saw following her was you.
That's true.
She never said she saw Chad following her or Chad's mother, only you.
True.
And of course, when you called the police, you told them where she was.
When I called the police, I told who was.
When you called the police to tell them that she was carrying drugs in her car, you told them where she was. Otherwise, how would they have known where she was?
Well, yeah, I mean, we were both at the school, so yes.
So it wasn't because you knew where she was because you were tracking her.
Right. It was drop-off time for the kid, pickup time for the kids.
All right. So the conversation with Cindy was at your request.
The meeting was at our request, yes. I mean, my request, yes.
All right. So there's a couple things that I want to make sure we're clear on, okay? So the purpose of the meeting was for you to smooth things over so that Chad would stop telling you so that Chad wouldn't, quote, tell more about my involvement with Ashley.
Yeah, I wanted him to stop threatening me.
And that you just wanted to raise your children and not go to prison. That was the purpose of the meeting.
You could sum it up that way, sure.
What also became clear in that meeting was that Grace, the only child you weren't raising that wasn't your biological child, took the brunt of your frustration, pent-up frustration with Chad.
Yes.
Now, you've come up with a version of the poop eating story. That's the first time we've ever heard it was meatloaf too, right?
I've never spoken about it before.
Right. So you heard Grace testify. Clearly, she believes she was eating dog poop.
I agree. Today, that's what she believes.
So your version of this is that she was eating meatloaf. You gave her and served her meatloaf for dinner.
Yes.
And she said, it tastes like poop.
Yes.
And then
This
you
is dog
said,
poop.
well, then eat the poop.
Yes, I said
And
that.
from all that, there's this horrible, traumatic thing that you even acknowledged was repulsive and disgusting. Somehow that turned into her eating dog poop.
Yes.
And so it was, again, just a big misunderstanding that she referred to your meatloaf as dog poop.
No, it wasn't a misunderstanding. She said it, and then I, as a horrible parent, reinforced that idea.
So you told her, well, yes, it is dog
I
poop.
said, yes, it is dog poop, and you're going to eat it.
And you don't think that as a 6 or 7 year old, she didn't know what dog poop was?
I mean, she was probably 4 at the time. I'm sure she knew what dog poop was, but she became hysterical over it. She clearly believed it.
You also admitted to Cindy Cobb that you did wrong by Grace, correct?
Yes,
And you also told Cindy that you had told Grace, don't be up on your father, don't hug him so much.
yeah, don't be up his ass, I think are my words.
Right. Don't love on your dad so much.
I said, don't be up his ass so much. I didn't say don't.
Okay, so what does that mean? Don't be up his ass so much.
You know, don't
How old
trail.
was she, by the way, when you were telling her this?
5, 6.
All right. So you're telling a 6-year-old, don't be up your dad's ass.
Yes.
All right. And so what did you mean by this?
You know, give him some space, let your brother have time with him. Don't be up his ass all the time.
All right. We'll come back to that because I can't locate where that is. I'm going to play that for you.
Fair?
Let's talk about Ashley for a minute. Also, one of the things that came very clear in here is that you hated Ashley and had a rivalry with her. Yes?
Yes.
And you have even threatened her in the past, threatened to kill her in the past.
No.
You never threatened to kill her.
No.
You never threatened to rip her head off, shove it up her ass, and kill her.
I never said that.
And one of the things that was going on in this custody battle was that Chad was blaming Ashley for stuff. Ashley was blaming Chad for stuff. And in this conversation you had with Cindy, it became clear that they should have been worrying about you.
I think that Chad was the major problem between all the parties. But I wasn't about to say that to Cindy.
But you engaged with Ashley, didn't you? It wasn't just Chad. You engaged with Ashley over this custody battle.
Not really.
Never.
Not that I recall.
One of the other things that was clear, and I think you've admitted this at this point, is there was clearly a plan between you and Chad.
Yes.
Okay. And I guess at this point, the only difference is that you're saying you went there to plant meth, and the state's position is that you went there to kill Ashley Biggs. Fair?
Fair.
All right. So when you discussed with Cindy Cobb this plan, you indicated that it was commented by Chad to you in a conversation you had with Chad. If I do this, this being the plan, right?
Yes.
There's no turning back. Does that sound like something where you're planting meth, or does it sound like something where you're killing somebody?
It sounds like something where you're breaking some laws and you could go to jail.
But you had already done that.
Wasn't a good idea the first time either.
But apparently there was turning back, wasn't there? Because you didn't get caught. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And of course, if this plan, or if this goes through, this being the plan again, I can do it, this is Chad and you talking,
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep her skull. Does that sound like planting meth, or does that sound like killing somebody?
Sounds like Chad exaggerating.
Oh, and he, by exaggerating, meaning that I'm going to plant meth and I'm going to end up with a skull? How's that an exaggeration?
No one would have thought that he meant literally that he was going to have a skull.
Okay, so how does that relate to planting meth? How's that an exaggeration of planting meth?
It's what he said when we were talking about the plan to plant meth.
And don't you think it's odd? I don't know if odd's the right word, but Judge, can I?
The DocuShare.
Yeah, please. That he is referring to keeping her skull, and just by coincidence, this is the outfit that he used that night. Is this a meth planting outfit, or is this a killing outfit?
Looks like an outfit for someone who doesn't want to be seen.
Okay, doesn't want to be seen and has duct tape, a taser, and flashlight. What do you need all that for if you don't want to be seen?
That wasn't part of our plan. I don't know why he had those things.
But it does seem awful odd that looks like something somebody would use to murder somebody. And instead of talking about drugs or meth, we're talking about skulls being kept.
I don't think it looks like stuff that someone would use to murder someone.
But in fact, it was.
Yes?
And throughout this whole process, it became very clear that it took two of you to do this.
I made the phone call, yes.
All right. So if the plan was for the meth, you're guilty of conspiring or being complicit in planting meth. And if it was aggravated murder, then you were guilty of complicity to aggravated murder.
If I had planned to commit an aggravated murder, I think that would be complicity, yes.
All right. So there is no question there. If you're talking about aggravated murder, if you're talking about the death and killing of Ashley Biggs, then clearly you were involved.
I am not talking about.
I understand that's your position. But if the jury believes that this conversation is about the killing of Ashley Biggs, clearly by your admissions in this tape, you were complicit.
That's fair.
It also became very clear throughout this whole process that you could have prevented everything that happened that night.
I regret the actions that I took. I wish I had acted differently.
You remember my question?
Your question was if I could have prevented it. And if I had taken different actions, it wouldn't have gone the way that it did. Could I have prevented Chad from ever doing anything? I mean, I think I also say on the tape that Chad does what Chad wants. But that night, I regret what I did.
Well, and you told Cindy, could I have prevented him from being in prison? I agree with that. Right? You said that to Cindy Cobb.
Sure.
If I could change it and go back and change what I said to him, then I would. But it's not fair to put it all on me. So you didn't think it was fair that it was put all on you, but you said something to him that clearly motivated him to go forward, right?
Throughout the custody battle, I really pushed him. Cindy really pushed him. We all were really hard on him to try to resolve the custody situation.
And you told Cindy, I know I did what I did, but not because I'm complete trash. So you knew what you did.
I mean, there are a lot of things that I did. With Grace, with getting with Mike, with the plan to plant the drugs. I was referring to all of those things.
Okay. And Cindy asked you if you had said, no way in hell we're doing this, he wouldn't have done that. And your response was, that's very true, correct?
Yes,
So he would listen to you.
sometimes.
Let's talk about the actual custody battle. It also became very clear during that recording that the court system was not working the way you wanted it to.
That's true.
And you discussed with Cindy all the things that you went through. You talked to her about the court stuff that you had gone through, and just glancing at it upset you, and all the bullshit and the wall hitting that you went through. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And that was very frustrating to you, right?
yes,
And you told her that's not how it's supposed to go.
that's true.
You told her that the magistrate who gave Ashley a temporary CPO, she should have never done that.
I believe I said that, yes.
And the court system wasn't working with you.
True,
You also told Cindy, correct?
yes.
And you told Cindy that you knew that Ashley was going to get custody.
It was looking that way.
And you told her the tipping point was the guardian ad litem didn't know who to believe.
Yes,
And that, you said, was the tipping point for Chad. Right?
yes,
But you told Cindy that wasn't your tipping point. You were there from the beginning. You already knew that it wasn't going to go your way.
I knew based on the abuse that Chad inflicted on the household that it was about to be a problem for us to try to get Grace back, yes.
And you told her you were already there and you were there from the beginning.
I knew that from the beginning, yes.
You knew what the situation was, and based on what had happened, you said to Cindy that you told Chad, these are the courses of action that can happen. Granted, one I should have left out. Correct?
Yes,
And that was what? That you had come up with this course of action to plant the meth? You told us earlier it was Chad.
I wasn't actually referring to the one that I should have left out as being the plan. I was referring to the, his terminating his rights. Because I think that was what really, it was that dichotomy of, I'll just give up. And then when he would go the other way and, well, we got to do something. I think it created more tension and more pressure.
So when you told him the tipping point is Ashley's going to get custody.
Mhm.
So here's what we can do about it.
I didn't tell him, here's what we can do about it. I had in my mind, this can happen, this can happen, this can happen. Like, he could terminate his rights was an option. We could accept that Ashley was going to raise her. Those, ultimately, Chad came up with an illegal idea, but those were the things off rip that I knew could happen.
So you're saying that the one you should have left out is one that didn't even happen? It sounded like you were talking about regretting not leaving it out because she ended up dead.
No,
And so when he said, I can't help her, I'll just terminate my rights, you talked him out of that.
we had some discussions about it and we both decided that wasn't something that we could live with.
You told Cindy that knowing what Grace would become if Chad had her and what life would be like, I can't stand there and be okay with that and say, this is my daughter. And I think it was if Ashley had her, you couldn't stand there and go, this is my daughter. Is that fair?
I said that, yes.
And then you talked about a story about your boss and that the boss had a situation where there's nothing they can do about it. And then you said after that story, now this is in 2014 after Ashley Biggs is dead, you said now Grace has a chance at life. Correct?
I'm literally quoting Chad when I say that.
Well, you don't say you're quoting Chad, do you?
No, because Cindy's of the exact same mindset.
So you were talking about your boss and the story she told you, and then you decided to quote Chad about now Grace has a chance at life?
Yes,
Okay. And then you said to Cindy, With Ashley, you didn't see a chance for her to be anything, but what Ashley was, because Grace was already picking all that shit up. That's what you said.
That is what I said.
Right. So you were telling her she had no chance. Grace had no chance being with Ashley because she was already becoming like Ashley.
That's what Cindy and Chad believed, and I was reinforcing that position in my conversation with Cindy.
So you're saying that these aren't your words?
They're coming out of my mouth. They didn't originate from me. This is their position. I'm trying to sympathize with them.
Well, let's play that.
Sure.
Oh.
Attorney LaPrenzi, which section are you playing?
Well, I'm gonna find it here first, and I'll let
Okay.
you. I'll give you the. All right, I'll start at 152:46. I might got two.
And he's going to say that that was okay. Not because he thinks I had this big thing with Ashley, like this big battle between who, you know, and granted, we hated each other and there was definitely a rivalry, but it was just knowing what she would become if they had her and what her life would be like. I can't stand there and be okay with it and say, this is my daughter. My boss, her husband has one biological child the mother has raised because he was in the Navy. And the mother is a piece of crap. She's just an absolute piece. She actually is very much like what Ashley would have been at that age. And now the daughter has picked up at 15 years old, has picked up on all those habits in this the exact same way. And they tried to get custody of her over this past summer, which was a lot of fun for me at work while he was doing nothing but trying to work on that. And then she turned around and just totally backstabbed them because she didn't like the fact that there were rules. Had her mom come after they had spent all this money and so forth. And she's just like her mom. There's nothing you can do for her at this point. And that would have been Grace. Now Grace has a chance at life. She had a chance at being a person with a life. And with Ashley, she would have, I don't see a chance for her to have been anything like but what Ashley was. Because she was already picking up all the shit. Yeah.
So you're quoting Chad there? Is that what you're telling this jury?
I'm telling you and the jury that I know that Cindy and Chad believe that Ashley was a piece of crap. This has been a long-standing thing, that they believe that Grace had no chance at a life with her and would have grown up to be just like her. These are conversations that we've had lots of times. And so I am just jumping on the bandwagon because
So-
I know that's how Cindy feels.
So you're lying to her.
I mean, I don't say that I'm lying to her. I'm reinforcing how she believes.
So you are saying things that you don't believe to get some benefit.
I guess it's fair to say that I partially believed it too, because I had heard so much crap about who Ashley was, that I didn't want Grace to grow up and, not be a productive person. But really, I kind of took that tack because I know how much Cindy loves Ashley.
So when you said you were not talking about yourself. You were talking about Chad and Cindy. And then you were just saying what you thought they wanted to hear.
I was just saying what I knew she would sympathize with, yes.
That would be deceptive.
Sure.
And so now here we are with this jury deciding your fate. And how are we supposed to know that you're not just telling them what you think they ought to hear?
I can only tell you, I can't make you believe
Right.
it.
But this is clearly something you've done throughout this case.
I have made untrue statements throughout this case. That's true.
And so the first time you're going to tell us the entire truth is right there on the stand today for the very first time in 12 years.
I've never spoken about what happened the night that Ashley passed away until now.
Well, you have. You spoke to Cindy.
I've never given a full account.
It's playing, but it's not. There's volume went away somehow.
No, here, let me just tell me when you're ready. Here you go.
Really makes it hard for me about Chad and I. Granted, I didn't like the way that the situation was.
Now that's you saying, granted, I didn't like the way the situation was, right?
Between Chad and I.
Now,
Yes.
is that being deceptive too, or is that you?
No, I really didn't like the situation between Chad and I.
So that one there was legitimately you.
I mean, all of it is legitimately me speaking.
But sometimes you're just saying what you think people want to hear, and sometimes you're saying what you really feel.
I think everybody does that.
And don't you think that's going to be tough for anybody in this jury to decide what's real and what's not with you?
I think the jury has a tough job. Yes.
And that's because facing the biggest charge you can face, clearly based on your history of lying in this case, they'd be fools to believe you. Objection.
Sustained. Don't answer that.
It was still hard for me, but at least we got to a point where we could coexist. We had got to that point. And then when Ashley came and took Grace, it all fell apart.
So again, you're blaming everything on Ashley. It all fell apart.
I'm not blaming everything on Ashley.
Well, those are your words. It all fell apart. All.
Chad and my relationship became very difficult. It had already been difficult, but it became even more difficult after Ashley got custody of Grace.
One other thing that you made clear in this conversation was that you believed that the plan, was the only way the situation was going to go away. Did you tell Cindy that?
Yes, I did.
And again, you're either referring to an aggravated murder or you're referring to planting meth.
I mean, you're the one who's saying I'm referring to an aggravated murder. I never said that.
Oh, those are our two choices, right?
Oh.
What's the third choice?
They could believe I was talking about something completely that we're not even discussing here.
You mean they could just make something up?
They could.
Okay. But in reality, there's only two choices. Planting meth or plan for aggravated murder.
Those are the only two choices that have been discussed. Yes.
Okay. Well, if they haven't been discussed, it's not evidence, right?
Fair.
So you indicated that you believe that this is the only way the situation was going to go away, right?
Yes.
You also told Cindy that it became very clear that you had faith that Chad could do it if he said he could do it.
Yes.
And you're talking about him planting meth.
Yes.
And you thought, hey, you told me you could plant meth the first time and that didn't work, right?
It was marijuana the first time.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, marijuana. So, and that didn't work, right?
It didn't have its intended consequence.
It didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't work.
And you go on and spend an awful lot of time talking about your belief in his ability to get away with this, right?
I speak about that on the tape. Yes.
You even indicated that you'd been over it so many times that you would fight about it. You were like, quote, this is the only way the situation will go away. That's what you told Chad.
Yes, I said that to him sometimes.
You also told Cindy that he felt pressured by you to do it. Correct?
I told her that, yes.
And you told her you thought he was the only one who could do something about it.
Yes.
And so now you're talking about you thought that you were incapable of planting the meth, that he was the only one that could possibly plant that meth.
I thought he was the only one who come up with a plan to plant drugs on Ashley and get away with it. Yes.
And so when he told you that you needed to go make a phone call next door, drop him off, that whole big fiasco of a plan to plant meth, you thought that was a perfect plan?
I refer to it as a perfect plan on that tape, yes. I think that's how Chad categorized it, but
And you said if he said he couldn't do it, it wouldn't have happened. That's what you said, right?
I said that.
And that means because if he said I couldn't do it, you would not let him do it.
I would have, I don't think, if he said he couldn't do it, I don't think he would have done it.
All right? And you said to Cindy, in hindsight, you would have told him it was too risky.
Yes.
And you're talking about planting meth,
Yes.
even though you had already gotten away with it once.
Yes.
You told Cindy Chad had the perfect plan and Chad was doing what I asked him to do. Is that fair?
Yes.
So when you talk with your attorney about all this being Chad, it seems like this conversation is replete with you talking about you being in control of preventing Chad from doing it if you wanted to, right?
Objection. Are you talking about a conversation between her attorney?
No. You had a direct, let me start over.
Okay, thank you.
In your direct examination, you went through a whole painstaking direct examination about how this was all Chad, correct?
I don't think I said it, this is all Chad at any point.
All right. But it clearly isn't from these other comments you're making that you could have stopped it. You would have told him things differently. You would have said different things. You would have told him not to do it if you thought it was too risky or if he said he couldn't do it.
I'm talking to Cindy, who thinks Chad can do no wrong.
And so to placate her, you lied. Is that what you're telling us here today?
Yes.
I find it very curious that during this conversation with Cindy, in which you're telling us today that the whole entire plan, you're spending all this time talking about a plan to plant meth. At no time during that 3 hours did you ever talk about the fact that it said, hey, Cindy, look, I don't know what happened. We were just going there to plant some drugs.
I wish I would have said that now.
And it turned out that he ended up killing her. Never does that come up. You never try and placate her with that. Do you?
I don't mention meth on that tape. No, I don't.
And you don't explain that that's what you were going to do when he ended up killing her.
But she already knows that. We've had previous conversations about this.
Well, this is the first we've heard of this, right?
That I've spoken to her before about Chad's.
You've told her before about the meth?
We've had conversations prior to this about the plan. Yes.
And this is the first time we're hearing this, correct? You didn't even say that with your attorney on direct examination, did you?
You didn't ask.
All right. So at no time does that come up at all. Matter of fact, she says, I think he snapped, like any mother would hope, right?
Right. Like the plan is to plant drugs and he ends up killing her. He must have either snapped or something happened because the plan wasn't to commit murder. Something happened that something went wrong.
And you actually told her you didn't think he snapped.
No,
How come you didn't placate her in that circumstance?
you're really good at your job. Um, the conversation that we had is not me like under oath. It's not, you want to parse it down into little pieces. It's challenging for me to answer you.
So you're suggesting that because it wasn't under oath, you were free to lie?
Sure.
And that the only thing that's keeping you from lying here today is because the judge said to write your right hand and tell the truth, and that's what somehow has made you into a truth teller?
I'm just telling you that I'm sitting here telling the truth.
Which happens just to be at the most important time in your life.
I mean, this is a very significant time in my life, sure.
If this conversation was about a plan to kill Ashley Biggs, you wouldn't admit it to us, would you?
I'm not sure that I would take the stand. I probably would have pled to it.
You're saying that if you commit a crime, you would just plead to it?
I'm saying that if I had committed aggravated murder, I don't think I would have taken it to trial.
During that conversation that you had with Cindy Cobb, you actually told Cindy that Mary Brinkman was trustworthy.
I'll take your word for it.
And now that she's come and testified about things that she is claiming you said, now she's no longer trustworthy. Is that fair? Is that your position?
No,
One of the things that, of all the things in this case that benefits both you and Chad right now, currently, is the premeditation part, correct?
I don't think anything benefits Chad now.
Well, if it turns out it wasn't premeditated, that could help him, right?
No,
All right. And it would clearly help you. Fair?
here.
So when you argue and say that Chad never has admitted to a plan to kill Ashley, that's in his benefit, isn't it?
I don't think anything is in his benefit at this point. He's done.
And as a matter of fact, it's interesting that you have indicated that nowhere in your conversation with Cindy Cobb did you ever mention a plan to commit aggravated murder. And that's what you want us to believe, okay? Isn't it also true that not one time has Chad ever admitted to killing Ashley Biggs?
Oh, no, he's definitely admitted it.
He's never admitted it in any statement whatsoever.
He pled to it.
No, he pled to a charge indicating that he was involved with the murder of Ashley Biggs, not that he actually did it. Correct?
Semantics.
Well, this is what it's all about. Complicity, aiding, and abetting, right? Isn't that why we're here?
I mean, Chad has told everybody that he did it.
Name one.
Cindy?
Where were you there when he admitted to her that he killed?
Yes.
And so when this conversation happens, it's never said anything about that, is it?
No.
This is the first time anybody's heard that. Cindy didn't testify about that. This is the first time you mentioned that, right?
Yes.
Now, the fact is he didn't even have to admit to it for us all to know he did it, correct?
True.
And nobody was there but him and Ashley. right?
Yes.
And that's because we're using our common sense and reason. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
You just told us that Chad Cobb admitted to Cindy that he killed Ashley.
Yes.
Chad Cobb was arrested that night at what, 3, 4 in the morning?
I think it was like 4:30.
And he's been in jail or prison ever since.
Yes.
So when did this conversation between the three of you happen?
We were visiting him in Lake Erie.
And at Lake Erie, he admitted to who?
He just referenced it.
All right. And once again, the only person that we have to go on to believe that is you.
Cindy could tell you. Chad could tell you.
He didn't, though, did he?
No, he didn't.
So once again, it's your word we have to go on.
Yes.
And really it doesn't matter, does it? Because we all agree that he did it, right?
Yes.
In regards to your opinion about this event that took place with Chad, is that you believe it looks 100%, well, wait, that it looks so premeditated.
That's what I said on the tape. Yes.
And there's no question that it became clear on the tape that not only did you hate Ashley, but you didn't even feel bad about what she went through at the end of her life.
At that time, I didn't.
And you saw the pictures of what happened to her, right?
I have now. Yes.
Why do you suppose Chad needed zip ties to plant meth?
I don't think he did.
So he just carried them just for kicks and giggles?
I don't know why he had the zip ties.
And the fact that your husband, you believe, just committed this horrendous crime, that you didn't tell the police about it is because why?
I didn't want to get in trouble myself. I loved him and I didn't want to lose my kids.
So again, here we are today. You withheld information from the police. You lied to the police for the purposes of not getting in trouble and being able to raise your kids. Correct?
That's what I just said, I think.
Right. I'm
Yep.
just reiterating. I want to clarify that that is exactly what you're saying.
Yes, that's what happened when Chad was arrested. Yes.
And today, as we sit here right now, those same two things are at stake. You raising your kids and you staying out of trouble.
Those two things are, yes.
And you've already shown us during the pendency of this case, those are the times you lie.
Is that
Yes.
a question? That's a question?
Yes,
I wouldn't categorize it that way, no.
but you have.
I have.
And those are the circumstances when you have lied.
These are some circumstances in which I have lied, yes.
I have nothing further to do.
Okay. Redirect.
Just briefly, Erica, Mr. LaPrinzi talked a lot about this is the first time we're hearing this. This is the first time we're hearing that. Is that correct?
Yes.
He's talked a lot about, not knowing any of this until this very moment, correct?
Yes.
is this the first time that you have sat down under oath and talked to a jury on this case?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Anything else from the state? Okay. Thank you for your testimony. You may go ahead and take your seat. Does the defense have any other witnesses you want to call?
The defense rests, Your Honor, pursuant to admission of our exhibits.
Okay. Let's see. Tomorrow morning, going to have the jury, first of all, the counsel report at 9 a.m.
Sure.
And we will go over instructions. And then if the jury could please report at 9:45 tomorrow, this evening. Please don't talk about the case. Please don't research the case. Please don't let anyone talk about it in front of you. We really appreciate all of your attention and your time and your patience. Tomorrow's Tuesday, so we'll have the taco bar again. But if you want to bring in lunch or something to drink, please do. But for now, we can go ahead and let the jury go home. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.
All rise.
Oh, thank you, Detective. Thank you very much. Okay, did counsel for either side wish to address anything else while we're still?
Judge, we would renew our Rule 29 motion for acquittal based upon insufficiency of evidence and based upon our previous arguments.
Okay. And for the same reasons previously given, that motion is denied. Anything from the state?
No. Do you want to do your exhibits now? So
Yep, we would like to introduce, well, I think that this is a duplicative exhibit. So we'll withdraw defendant's exhibit A so long as state's exhibit, what is that, 127 is admitted. But we would ask to admit defendant's.
Everyone else can be seated, sorry.
Defendant's exhibit
Go ahead and be
B,
seated, ma'am. Thank you.
which is the B as in boy, which is the stick figure on the fence post.
Okay.
And then defendant's exhibit C, which is a picture of all of the remaining stick figures on the back of the Lincoln Navigator. And defendant's exhibit D, which is a picture of Mr. Stefanko and the children.
Okay, so for the defense, it's exhibit B, C, and D. Any objection to D?
No, Judge.
Okay. Those exhibits will be admitted.
And then we wanted to talk about the stipulated BCI reports.
Okay.
Did you give those to me? Or do you have them? Okay. What, have we? Other than what we did with the.
No, we got that there.
Did that.
Oh, yeah.
Martin Luther.
Martin Luther.
The reason.
So we want to do one,
That February, we can keep these remain. February 19th, 13th. Isn't that the most recent one?
Yep. I just don't want to send more than is necessary, so
Yeah. Everything is encompassed. All the last.
Oh, here's the. Exactly, we got July 24th. You already have February 19th. July. Actually, this one is. Back to you. Yep, we want this one to go. Yep. On July 24th, 2013. Oh, might get my. Yeah. Oh, he can be.
You can reference it.
Yeah, if we can reference what we want. So you got Michelle Snyder's. Yes.
It's a good idea.
I'm fine with those.
Just reference it.
Okay.
Judge, as it relates to previous stipulations, I think that the state and the defense are in agreement that in addition to the previous stipulations, that at least the defense would stipulate to the BCI findings from George Staley dated February 19, 2013. I'm sorry, Christopher Smith, sorry. Christopher Smith, February 19, 2013. That is a clean copy. And then we've got a report dated July 24, 2013 from Christine Hammett. That is also a clean copy that we would like to go back with the jury. And then we're going to provide a clean copy that doesn't say counsel only or doesn't have all of Miss Easter's chicken scratch all over it. Dated October 4th, 2012 from Michelle Snyder.
Also a BCI report.
Yes, also a BCI report, correct.
Okay, everyone's in agreement? Now, what about the state's exhibit 124? Did you all want to,
Yes, we do.
any objection?
No objection.
Okay,
Wait, what?
that was a photo.
The gun photo. Oh, that's fine, whatever, there you saw it. How would you like us to mark these stipulated joint exhibits, if you will?
Let's mark them as,
Courts,
yeah, courts
Okay.
exhibits. Christie, of
but courts that will go back.
course it will, oh, we'll do
Yeah,
a
because
joint.
we have some that,
Numbers or letters?
It doesn't matter on joint.
Okay. So we need to do joints 1, 2, 3, and 4, where they are.
okay,
Let's do that.
okay,
Joint exhibits. I think there's 3.
there's 3.
So we'll do the first one, the February 19th, 2013 is joint exhibit 1.
Sounds good.
I think it was 4/24/13, joint exhibit 2, 10/4/2012, joint exhibit 3.
And then you're gonna.
Mr. Lablum.
Oh, you've got it?
I was about to say, we want the regular.
You got
We
it.
don't have that.
You're gonna bring a clean copy tomorrow. All right, so the February 19th one is joint exhibit 1. And the July 24th, 13 is joint exhibit 2. Okay. And Felicia's gonna bring the third one over because.
Okay, and the parties have jury instructions.
Yes.
Okay.
We're doing that now?
I don't know, she just said jury instructions.
Okay, okay, you Reporters.
Okay. Yep.
No, we got a little, but. It wasn't an exempt, we just read it in.
Is there anything else you all want to stipulate to?
Yeah, well, and we don't have the wording right now, but I forgot that we had already discussed this, but because of the Wayne County coroner made the findings of manner and cause of death, we, I think, had read into to the jury the stipulation of what that is, and I want to get the official, what the language is before we do that, so we'll have that for tomorrow.
Okay.
Yep. We're in
And,
agreement on that.
okay, so attorneys will report at 9 and we'll review jury instructions at that
Okay.
time.
Okay.
Ideally, we'll charge the jury around 10
Sure.
if we're all ready to go.
Yeah. And
Okay.
then we'll close and then,
Give it to the jury.
yep. Don't you want to know if we want rebuttal? Or the state will rebut and then we close.
Okay.
I don't think we're gonna have. We'll discuss with, Detective Hitchings, because if we do have a run, him, we'll let you guys know.
Okay, that'd be wonderful. Anything else further from either side? Okay, thank you, deputies. Thank you, Christy. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Christy asked if I have formally rested. I think I had, but.
You did.
But we formally rest subject to admission of exhibits, just in case.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Give us a job.